You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everybody, welcome. It's Eleanor Grace here, my Psychic Destiny show, and we've got the hearts going behind us now because we're coming up to Valentine's month. We'll have a lot more about lovers, love readings, and super excited as well to share with you that I'm now writing for a magazine, Soul and Spirit magazine in the UK. It may be available in other locations, it usually is. So look out for my feature, which is being published and out on sale on the 9th of February. Now, this is all about destined lovers. It's all about whether the person that you want to be with is in your destiny, perhaps. Are you star-crossed? Is this a meant-to-be relationship? Or are we just looking at a red herring? So check that out. That's in Soul and Spirit magazine. And you'll see me on there regularly every month from now on. But for today's show, I'm going to be looking at some live readings, and we're looking, I think, probably with a love bias, aren't we? Now, in order to honour that, I've brought you my pink rose quartz crystal ball. This is fabulous. I use it a lot in love readings and in email readings too, which is a new feature that I'm adding to my website that will be available I think in the next few days, and that's at GraceDestiny.com. So all over the world, you can have a personal email reading with me as well, particularly on matters of the heart. So this is a rose quartz, massive, really big crystal. I can't hold it myself. I've got to have it in a little dish here, a crystal dish. And I use this to really bring in those love vibrations. That's what we want. We want to see some actual feelings and emotions being displayed, some commitment, honouring and respecting our partners, and really finding that person, that very, very special person with a true heart. So where is he or she, that person with a true heart? And at the end of the show here, we will be doing a cosmic order and sending out those love vibrations for true hearts across the world to actually come in and show themselves and say, okay, it's me and I'm looking for another true heart to love me back. Now, it's quite sweet, isn't it? Quite sweet and sentimental. So while we're waiting as well for our callers rather to come through for a free reading here, and this is on Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. Don't forget to tune in. We've got some of Earth's most prominent psychics and tarot readers and astrologers and mediums. So it's great to have a good selection. See who is there, and perhaps you can connect as well when you want to find that bit of special info. So cards are also very important. I use these as well. These are my romantic cards, and these are Victorian, in Victorian England. So I like to choose some of these cards as well as the crystal, and this means that you can have a double up on your reading, can't you? You can see what the cards say, and you can also see what the crystal says. You will find videos of lots of my live streams on facebook.com, Eleanor Grace Psychic Evenings. They're available worldwide, and they're on every Monday at 7 o'clock, and I'm here at 7 o'clock in the UK in on a Tuesday. So here we go. I know that it's the evening here in the UK, in the US, and across the world. We've got different time zones. And we're looking at connecting to Kathy in Livingston, California. Hello, Kathy. Hi, you're through to Eleanor Grace. How are you here today?
Hello, Eleanor. I'm doing really well, thank you.
Good, great. Well, I've got my cards ready. They're already here. These are purple and gold. Very special cards. I'm going to kick off with one of these. So let's see which way we go. I just, really, really want to see exactly where we're going to. Or maybe this one, maybe this one. Now I've got this person here who is actually going to come very much to the fore in your world. He's a male, who I think is probably a partner, but his behavior seems to be a bit younger than yours. So perhaps you're really experiencing, Kathy, some immature behavior, some silliness, some, things that you find just not that serious or not that mature, and that's what's going on at the moment. It is temporary, I think. I don't think that you will feel like this for very long, but I do have hearts pounding here. So there's a strong attraction around you that I'm connecting to. There seems to be a woman here in the way. This is a person that will be obstructive, difficult. Maybe she's a friend, a family member, a mother, but a person who either disapproves or is creating unnecessary problems that surround your decision making at the moment. So be careful, because you don't want to be making your choices based on what somebody else thinks. You need to be making decisions yourself for what is going to make 24 hours of every day. And we've all got that responsibility towards ourselves. I do also have a lady that's come straight in here from Spirit. She's in the spirit room with me. And she's wanting to just, I feel it sort of pat your head, and, maybe she's really wanting to reassure you at the moment that, it's okay, you're going to be doing the right thing. And regardless of what your decision is, you must stick to it. You must use your intuition, Kathy, and stick to it. This is a lady who's passed over. It's an ancestor, a go-to, a grandmother rather than a mother. There's the initial of B that I'm also connecting to here, and Betty is a short name for Elizabeth, but I do have Betty. So I'm going to give you her, and if you don't recognize her or really understand who she is at first, don't worry, because when spirit comes through, you will always have a connection. Somebody somewhere is going to advise you of that in your normal walk of life. So you may be walking along and meeting somebody and that name crops up and you're thinking, that's a bit spooky. So just watch for that. So travel is important as well, Kathy, for you. You're going to be sort of jumping into almost like a new life. I want to place you there. I just want to pick you up and say, go there. That's where you should be. You should be enjoying different atmospheres, different scenery, different moisture in the air. So it may well be that you want to be near the water, and that is going to stimulate you and give you creative flow. So I think you're quite a creative person. So where are we now, Kathy? Where have we got to in your reading? I'm bringing in the crystal. This is the rose quartz crystal as well. Let me just recap now and go back to your young man, or this male who is perhaps behaving a little bit out of character right now. Do you recognize that?
Yes, in some way, yes.
Okay. That's temporary, but I do also feel that there's this lady who is perhaps having too strong an opinion on your decisions. So does that ring true with you, does it?
Well, I don't have any women around me in my life right now.
Okay, so what about your partner?
I don't have a partner.
There's a partner that is here or somebody that is behaving younger. It's a love match. It's definitely a romantic connection. So if he's
Well,
not there by your side, then either you know him and he's sort of popping up and going to come back in, or you're about to meet him, Kathy. So this is very important for you because it's part of your future, it's part of your dynamic, as is the moves that you're going to make, the decisions that you're going to take. So do you want to have a fresh start? Is that what I'm connecting to with you, this nice bright fresh start, moisture in the air and creative scenes that are around you? Is that what you want?
yeah, I do want a fresh start. And the man, I met him a couple of years ago, but we've never gone out on a date or anything. He's like 3 years
Okay.
younger than me, and he does
Ah,
play silly games sometimes.
okay. So that's the younger male that is there. He was the first card that you actually drew from the romantic deck. So he's important to you, and he
Yes.
will be. It will continue to be important, and that's why he's there. Okay, so we've got a situation where nothing has moved very quickly. That can happen. People are very insecure nowadays, and they're very unsure about what the future may hold and who they can trust. And I feel that he certainly has got that propensity where he doesn't really know who to trust. However, the woman that I'm seeing here, this female, I think is connected to him and somebody that is perhaps influencing him that you may not know about. It could be a neighbor, a friend, somebody who's saying, oh, don't do this, don't do that. That influence is going to minimize. I think probably during February and March. The crystal ball here indicates to me that you are moving forward and that you will be looking at this fresh start, and spirit have come in to really give you that push. I want to give you that name of Betty or the initial of B, very important as you're going forward, because you are reaching out to other people who are going to be very helpful to you as well, Kathy. And, you want to be fairly radical now in your choices too. So you're not going to go along a conventional route. So accept any sort of offers of help or significant developments that are invitations. Draw people to you. And that is what is going to make your experience now in the next couple of months so very much better. Final card here, you've got Seven of Cups. So relationships definitely are here. They're on the agenda. And this is going to be a perfect time for you to think about what it is that you want. Don't think about the past, the guy, the difficulties. Think about the new start. Think about who you would like to have in your mind, in your heart, and in your life, and a person that you can share your life with, you can give a lot to, and that you can have something coming back. Start as a friend. Friendship groups are very important. So the lady in spirit, your grandmother, she is very determined, I think, to open a few doors for you. And I do see you going slightly up north. So from where you are living, you would go north a little way. Not too far, I don't feel, but just that, refreshing um, wind in the air, the moisture in the air, the sea in the air, and just you feeling as though life is good, you're going to start again. No more of this skating on thin ice and being a bit bit worried or too concerned about what life is going to bring to you, because it's bringing a lot of good things. So there we are. There we have it, Kathy. I hope you've enjoyed your reading. And this is a small demonstration of cards and crystal ball and spirit coming through. And if any of you want to have an in-depth mediumship reading, then you can book one directly through my website, which is gracedestiny.com. There's different timescales. I'm based in the UK, so we have to make a few adjustments just to book the time. But lots of you have done that and have enjoyed your readings. So do try and get booked in. It's very easy, very simple to do. And also you can have an email reading with me, and you can read lots more about those on my website, which is gracedestiny.com. So while we are waiting for our next caller, it's brilliant, this is, isn't it, where you can have free readings, and they come through from Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Destiny. Psychic Radio, it's mine that's Psychic Destiny. So here we go. I'm taking a card here for our next caller. This is the card of strength. So this is going to be really important for our next person, our next individual who's going to be on the line. And strength really does indicate that most of us need to draw on that inner resource at some time or another. And when we're talking about relationships and about lovers and who wants to love us back and who we're deciding to really put forward in our life, then the rose quartz and any rose quartz jewelry, crystal ball like this one, or significant little tumble stones, they can be really helpful. Put them in your bedroom, maybe place rose quartz just around where you're sleeping, on a dressing table or a cabinet, and just have them there where they bring in different qualities, help you sleep as well. So romantic gestures that will come through. And the rose quartz does bring in a higher quality as well. So we have Stephanie in Texas City in Texas, USA. Hello, Stephanie, you're through to Eleanor Grace. And how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Bit of a frog in my throat here. So, very cold in the UK here in London. We've got ice and snow on the ground. I know you've had your fair share, particularly over the Christmas period, but let me take you a card here, Stephanie. So we've got another card here that indicates that you've got choices. This is you are a person that I feel has got choices around relationships at the moment and around partners. I also have straight away that troubled waters that may have been in your life from, I would say, early November, they're coming to an end. And by the end of this month, only next week, you're going to see a different outcome. There's letters that are arriving, they can be emails, but it's the written word. So you're going to get some sort of confirmation, formal confirmation that everything is actually working out okay. So there must be a situation or set of circumstances that you're waiting to hear about at the moment, because it's from authorities and from formal sources, and letters dropping on the floor through your letterbox. So is that true? Are you waiting for things to happen at the moment? You could have applied for things, but I've got this letters that are dropping there, and they're important for you, Stephanie. So let
Yes,
us know.
I'm trying to get a house the next month.
Well, you're going to get it. So I'm seeing that those letters, those confirmations, those authoritative mentions in the written word will bring good news. And it is for next month and early March. So February, March, everything is going to change. Everything is going to happen. And this card just confirms it. You've got the Three of Cups here, sweetie. Now, the Three of Cups is very, very much about celebration, grand gestures, and let's have a party and let's really make a sort of big song and dance about the good news that is on its way. Also have a birthday that's here. Got a big birthday cake in front of me. So either you're going to some very special party or it's your birthday, somebody close to you, but a big tiered cake. So quite a special occasion that's coming through as well. Do you know about that yet?
Well, my daughter is turning 16 at the end of March, so that's a big
That
birthday.
it is, and one to celebrate. Now here you are. This is a card representing you, Stephanie. It's the Empress card, and um, you're going to be in charge of that and really taking a significant role to play. But it's also the card of moving house and the new beginnings and starting to put down new roots and really treat yourself as well. So you do have some treats that are coming up. I feel that you're very connected as well to psychic influences. I think you do pick up on spirit, perhaps around you, on smells in your house, and energies that you perhaps shouldn't really be aware of. So I think your level of psychic consciousness has developed over the last couple of years.
Yeah,
It's something that you're very interested in, isn't it? And I can see you
yeah.
being able to make more of that. So a hobby that you like and enjoy, such as this one, well-being, esoteric matters, helping other people, maybe even
Mhm.
connecting yourself. That's going to be a big theme this year, and you'll do well. You'll do very well. So get started and, well, continue rather than get started, but continue on this new level. I am being given here from Spirit that you have got such a lot to enjoy, I think, and so many different sort of facilities and routes for you to go down. Okay. Have you found unusual dreams as well, particularly just before you go to sleep in that sort of twilight zone, where you're in and out of that subconscious state and you're a bit more conscious about what you're doing? Have you found that has been when you've had sort of quite vivid visions at all, or maybe even heard?
So that's
Strange.
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, the other day, because my husband just passed almost 2 months ago, and the other day I was in between, asleep and awake, and I swear I
yeah,
felt him holding me in
yeah,
bed.
yeah. Oh, he was. He was there. He was definitely there. I think he's with his mother. That's why I had the grandmother come through, or in that
Oh, he's with
generation.
his grandmother.
Pardon?
He's with his grandmother.
Yes, yes, he is.
Oh,
He is.
oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, he is. That's why I had her, first of all, opening the channels into my spirit room. And he, this subconscious state, and he's going to come to you again. He'll keep just, making sure that he's got that contact. It's like a very, very thin veil. And I'd mentioned about the rose quartz and put some rose quartz in the bedroom because the crystals just really give that, strength of impact on that connection, and it allows him to know where you are and to find you, because it's not the same form where we've got eyes and different senses. It's energy, it's pure energy that is coming through to you, and he can see your light and he can hold you. I see him in a very golden light, so there must be a lot of gold around your bedroom. um, but that's what he sees. It's sort of maybe it's an amber light, something like that, or gold light fittings, something that's very golden that is there, and the rose quartz is there too. And Stephanie, he will hold you and he will keep you safe until you are able to move forward in your life, but you will be moving house, and that will be a good new start for you. It's something that he has opened doors for. Um, The initial of R.
I've been
is around.
asking him. I've been asking for his help.
What's his name? Tell me his name.
Billy.
Billy.
Mhm.
Would it be Robert then? Was that?
No.
It
It's
was.
just
It
Billy.
was Billy. Okay. Who is Robert? Is he also in your family, in your ancestral family, or his?
Not that I
I've
know
got.
of.
Well, you think about it. You can always message me, and we can see if we can further that. But Billy is there with this big presence. I've got a strong personality and a strong man as well in this twilight zone where his is going to come in and really hold you. He'll be with your daughter as well on her birthday, which is why I see the cake and the house move and these letters that are coming, and there's more that you've got to deal with. So you need to do that and just feel as though you have the strength. Before you came on the line, I picked out a card, which was the strength card. I don't know if I put it back now, if I've still got it. Let me just check here and see what we've got. I've probably put it back. But the strength card is what was being, yeah, here it is. It's this one. It's the lady holding the lion. And this was before you came on the show and came through live on the line. So with the strength card, it's very, very important that you remember that this is something that you have to have, because it was there before I spoke to you. And I knew that this would be for my next caller. And you have been strong, immensely strong. And it wasn't your fault. I think this is what Billy wants to say to you. It wasn't your fault. There's nothing that you could do. And that you were such a tremendous, tremendous help for him in his life. He was so very, very delighted to dance with you, and to share those joyous songs with you as well. But this strength is what is the element that you need at the moment. So just keep going and just be strong now, Stephanie, because you can be. Deal with the practical things that you've got to do in the next 2 months. By the end of February and early March, you will be settled. You'll be in a new place. You will have that new start. But Billy is not going to leave you. Yeah, he will still visit you in your dreams and just in that twilight zone before you go to sleep. And he will hold you. He'll hold you in his arms and you will feel him. So I'm going to wish you all the love and the luck in the world, and especially kisses from
Thank
Billy.
you.
Okay. It's lovely to speak to you. Best of luck. So there we are. There's Billy who's come through in spirit for Stephanie, and it's lovely, isn't it, to end a show on such a romantic, lovely level. I'm going to give wishes here with me and the crystal ball. I'll see you same time next week, Eleanor Grace, and come through to my website, gracedestiny.com. I'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Urban Monk with the Urban Monk UK.
Urban Monk UK.
Search Long Road to Richmond on Facebook.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Urban Monk.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome. Welcome again to the Urban Monk Show live on A1R Radio and TV. Broadcasting live from Monk Towers. Apologies if there's an issue with sound. I'm trying some new technology out here in the monastery. We've got some new technology, and I hope it's working okay. If not, I'm sure Dave will tell me. So, I want to talk tonight a little bit about surrender. I know the majority of people view surrender as a bit of a weakness, but it's really about surrendering to now, surrendering to the present moment. We've talked many times about what I term nowism, if you like, but really it's just about not identifying with the past or panicking and catastrophizing about the future. And one of the things that I think we all tend to do is we tend to live in a world where we're focusing more on the mind than we are on being present, the gratitude and the silence that we should get from living in the moment. One of the interesting things that I came across this week, listening to one of my books, and it's very pertinent, is we are quite happy to live in a world of negativity and focus on what can go wrong rather than the pleasure of the moment and enjoying what's been happening. But I'm sure there's many of you, and I'm one of them in the world, that has an allergy to a certain type of food or a certain type of medication. If we have that allergy, do we continue to eat that food or take that medication and justify the illness? Well, it's very much like the mind. You know, we think negative thoughts, we have negative emotions, and because of our need for identity, we think that that's okay. We continue with those negative thoughts. We continue with that doubt, anger, fear, and frustration. Yet we wouldn't take that medication. We wouldn't eat that food. You know, I have an allergy to medication. I have to find an alternative. A lot of people have allergies to shellfish or other types of food. You know, you're on a plane and you can't fly for 11.5 hours eating peanuts because somebody on the plane's got a peanut allergy. We don't carry on doing it because we know it's bad for us. But in terms of thought, negativity, doubt, fear, anxiety, we justify those thoughts because that gives us a sense of our identity. We think that that's who we actually are, when really all we are is that thing, that three-dimensional body I keep talking about, the bag of meat and bones, here in the present moment, right now. Problems in the future, they may well happen, but they'll happen now. Problems that happened in the past, but they happened in the now, when it was the now then. So in terms of thought and stress and problems, if you like, we tend to build them up into something massive, and that affects every part of life. You know, the person that I spoke to you a couple of weeks ago, the client that was imagining or fearing that his partner was having an affair and cheating on him, when it turned out really that he was pushing his thoughts and his mental attitude onto her because that's the way he was. He'd always been a bit of a jack the lad, as we say in England, a bit of a player. So because he was used to playing around or seeing different women at the same sort of time, he imagined that that's what she was doing. He was putting his sense of identity onto her, which caused him pain, caused him the stress and the anxiety. And it was self-made, self-thought, because he didn't take time to just be present. So in terms of that element, whatever we're thinking, you come across somebody in your job or in your personal life, and they say something that annoys you or frustrates you or rubs you up the wrong way, if you like. The fact that we then want to sort of fight back or defend ourselves is simply the same kind of thing. We're identifying with the school teacher that used to dish out the cane or the corporal punishment, as it was back in my day. We think back to how our parents brought us up, and so we're not going to go through that again. So we meet that other person with that same kind of energy. It's not their fault. That person that's said something that rubbed you up the wrong way is maybe having a difficult situation, or they're not as conscious or as enlightened as we are trying to be, or the way we're working towards living in the present moment, living in the now. So you have to accept that their actions are not really them. That's their egoic mind. That's their sense of identity. And we take that on board, and it becomes a battle. Somebody has got to lose. And if somebody's got to lose, then there's got to be a winner. And I'm not the one that's going to lose. You said something that's antagonized me or irritated me. I'm not going to lose. I'm going to fight my corner and prove that I'm right. Well, that really, again, is someone slipping out of nowism and identifying with that kind of victim mentality. We all know somebody that acts the victim all the time, somebody that is actually a victim all the time. And very often that's because of the mindset. You know, with the law of attraction, we talk about the vibration of the brain, vibration of the human body. If we're sending out vibes of being a victim, we're going to keep getting the vibes back, and we're going to keep getting the vibrational energy of that victim. So in terms of antagonism or arguments, the thing to do, and I'll slip this one in, if my mum's watching, she always used to say, a still tongue beats the devil. And that's very important, very pertinent. A still tongue beats the devil. So while that person's saying something that might rub you up or antagonize, really, when you accept that it's not really them, the meat and bones, it's them identifying with their egoic mind, then we need to just use the still tongue to beat the devil. And that's what we mean by surrender. We surrender to the moment. We surrender to now. We don't get involved in petty arguments or he said, she said, and the victim or the winner mentality. It's easy to engage, if you like, because it gives us a sense of worth, gives us a sense of existence. I'm important. I scored a point over that person. I won that argument. People in the audience or people at work or people in the bar know that I'm right. So it gives me an elevated level of status. Well, that level of status, that elevation of status is purely the mind. It's the mind guiding you, controlling you, and making you vibrate at that anxious, angry, frustrated, victim, winner, loser mentality, energy. It brings it all back in to us. So, for example, if for the sake of argument, I get involved in an altercation, verbal altercation with someone, and then at the end of the day, we separate, I will carry that baggage with me for however long. I will go home, tell my partner, or I'll tell my family, guess what, such and such said today, carrying it on for weeks. It's unnecessary. It's a time that's gone. If you look at the animal kingdom, animals will fight. They'll fight over territory. They'll fight over mating rights. Ducks will fight over a piece of water. But very often what happens is there's a spate of fury. One loses and it limps away. It will lie under a tree and it will stay in the same area as the victor, if you like. They don't carry that animosity on. It's done. It's dusted. It's finished. It's forgot about. In fact, reading one of Eckhart Tolle's books, he talks about, you see two ducks on the water. They fight, they have a squabble, and then they both sail away. Both birds then flap the wings, just get rid of that pent-up energy and carry on sailing around as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, humans aren't kind of wired that way. We will have an altercation and carry it with us. We'll want to win. We'll always want to be the victor. Don't want anybody in the family to know that you've lost, or friends' reputation, all that kind of stuff. It's about getting away from that is about surrender. It's very, very important that it's not seen as weakness, it's seen as a strength. To surrender, to give in, to accept who you are, how the mind works, that now is the only time that really matters. That thing that's just happened is two egoic minds, or as Steve Peters, the author of the Chimp Paradox, says, is two chimps having a fight. Two chimps having a fight. And that's the end of that. So tonight I want to focus on surrender, letting things go, living in the present moment, accept things as they are, and I wish you all well. Have a great week. It's been fantastic talking to you. I hope the sound's been all right, and I'll catch you all again in Monk Towers in a week's time. Take care.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Here we go. My lovely friends, thank you very much for joining me. You are live with me here on the Ask One Radio Network, even on Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And I'm jiggling because that was the invitation from our lovely producer, Mr. Dave. Well, he was asking me to dance some kind of disco dance, but not the, I don't know, I'm just improvising, but here we go. So join in, put some music on while you are listening to my show, my lovely friends, and, jiggle around, either it's a YMCA or something, so whatever you want to put on, or Country Road. Country Road is my song. That's the signature song for this show. And by the way, we are talking about music, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, listen to that show. Listen to that song, Country Road by John Denver, that was the very first song given to me by my father in spirit when I started the show 85. I'm not saying 85 weeks ago, 3 years ago, but 85 shows ago, because today is the 85th show, so let's just celebrate. So just put some music on and dance and go along with the jiggle. So probably I need to, we are celebrating. So here we go. Now celebrating. So my lovely friends, I hope we are all very well and balancing ourselves and bringing our presence to ourselves. This is the most important thing what we can do right now. So today I'm going to extend that energy, that blessing and empowerment to one of you, one of the callers. So that's going to be lovely to talk to one of you here. And while I'm waiting for that lucky or lovely person to be here, I just thought I'm going to share something with you. So you see, quite a few years ago, quite a few shows ago, if you remember, I talked to you about how much I'm not reading tarot cards, or I'm not reading the cards, how people would normally read. And we were talking about it's all okay because everybody has their own sense, everybody has their own energy, and Spirit is showing us what to do with the cards and crystals and the colors and music and so on. So here we go. But then still, just an invitation for you, because we can work with all our senses. You remember when I also spoke to you about the psychic development and working with your own abilities and stepping into that reality, how you can help yourself as opposed to just asking somebody to do a reading for you, but then how you can empower yourself. So I'm going to tell you something very, very quickly. Ages ago, when I was interested, in using cards or learning about cards, I got this book, 78 Degrees of Wisdom by Rachel Pollack. So I'm going to show you this book because, can we see? That's it. Well, we practiced that one. So here we go, 78 Degrees of Wisdom. And this book is apparently one of the most, concise or detailed account of the cards. But then why it is really interesting, because I picked up my very, very first card, and I'm going to talk to our lovely caller here in a minute, which is this card. So you can see it's quite an old deck. It's about 22 years old, the deck. And then what I decided, just created this game, and you can try that one on, and you can do it with angel cards, or you can do it with oracle cards as well, that I have chosen the major arcana cards and started with the Fool. And then each week I selected the next card in the series of the major arcana, and then picked up the card and sat down and journal. And every day I was meditating and working with that one particular card. And at the end of the week, on Sunday, that became a little little activity for me that I looked into the book and I was reading everything. Oops, it's maybe better. Here we go. I was reading everything what I could find out about the Fool or about the Star or about the Hierophant or all the other major arcana cards, because I wanted to feel what it feels like. I wanted to experience what it feels like working with one energy, the energy of one card. And it was quite a revealing activity, lasted for quite a few weeks actually. So I stuck with the whole thing, but it showed me more, not just how we can read cards, because we can learn from books or we can learn from teachers, but then really how we are reflecting and how we are working with the energy of the card and what is coming through to us. So primarily, I always say to my students or even in my Patreon group that the whole learning begins with you. So if you want to develop our senses, we need to work on ourselves. So by the way, I mentioned you my Patreon group, and before I go to our caller, I'm just going to let you know if you would like to join us for all various activities and question-answer sessions and even the readings. Actually, this week or weekend, I'm recording the private readings for our members. You can check the page out. You can go to patreon.com, that is patreon.com / and you can find my details, which is, this very well, Susan a medium, and it's always 9 letters, ZSU, ZSE, and A medium, so you can join us there. And you can do the same activity you see with the cards, with any of the other cards. Like, for instance, I have the Stephanie J. King I angelic cards here. So you pick one card, even for one day, and without reading the books, you can read the books later, but without reading the books, you pick one card, and what is that one word resonating, or well, I'm going to choose this one. What is that one particular word or energy shows you for today? And then you can remember, at the beginning of the day, we can pick a card and we can really feel the energy of the card. And as you are moving around, putting your awareness into your different life situations and the people you are talking to and so on, where can I release the energy? Where is the easiness of the flow of the energy? So you can really use these cards as a tool of personal development. Okay, so let me know how you're getting on with that, because I am going to go for our caller, and I'm going to find who our caller is, or who is our caller. Yeah? Oh, we got Christina. Thank you very much. So Christina, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Oh, beautiful. Thanks very much for waiting. So how can I help you? Good to have you here.
Oh, well, it would be, I guess I don't know how this works. Things are pretty good. I have a probate in situation gone a little wild with some family members, but I don't know how you work I'm not so slumped right now. Like, I'm still doing pretty good in life, comfortably, but business is slumped and life has been a little bit turned upside down from it. So,
sure.
I don't know how how it works.
Okay. So, I've got the cards here, so we might be using cards, but, very well, I'm not really using cards, but here we go. So energetically, what I'm feeling for you is that, you mentioned one particular family member and your business, and energetically what I feel is as if we are not walking on the two different paths. We are not walking, but as if we are skipping, as if we are skipping on hot stones. And we feel that we need to be very, very careful around these people and situations. Would you understand that? Because it feels like the two lines are quite parallel here. Would you understand that, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. And then you see when we are going, it feels like, let's go with a family conversation, because what I'm feeling for you is that you are really holding back the energy. It's really building up in the heart center, and sometimes it is causing us discomfort even in the stomach area, because you feel that situation is quite unfair. It was unfairly dealt with, and then it feels like that it's not just you, but other family members are trying to figure out what is happening with this one particular person, and it has been going on for quite some time. Can you understand that, please?
Oh my God, you're describing the situation amazingly. It's
Yes,
yeah, wow,
yes. Yes, then you need to understand that actually that person, the love you have or the attention you have given to that person, now it is the time that you are bringing it back to yourself. And in fact, what you have given out, you cannot really take back. But the more spirit says that you just make a decision and then you draw your own energy back from the person. If you are getting, for instance, practically, if you are getting calls or messages and we feel a little bit annoyed, then we do not need to answer to those conversations immediately. You need to draw the line.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
right, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Cool. And what I also feel that if all of you in the family are able to do that, okay, I'm putting my hand up and you need to step back because you have really overstepped your boundaries or my boundaries, our boundaries, then everybody, maybe if you can work with the rest of the family to come to a common ground, how we are going to solve this situation. It feels like it's going to be easier to solve than you might feel right now. And what Spirit is talking about, some area, so we are not going to work with that person's energy, but it feels that something is going to come into her life. I'm feeling about 2 or 3 weeks. And then that is going to take her to a different timeline. So she will be busy with something else. So it's giving you that time and space to breathe, okay? And breathe because your attention needs to be on your business, And then when we are giving this energy that actually, yes, that's my hand, these are my boundaries, then you are immediately bringing your energy to your business. And then when we are thinking about our business, we are not skipping, not like, oh gosh, which task shall I do first? Because you are very creative, you've got a lot of things happening, the ideas are there, and now it is really bringing everything down to the practical level, and then just one at a time, and one at a time, and one at a time. And what Spirit says that if you nail that, if you are learning a new skill, how you are managing your business will be fine, your business will be absolutely fine. You are learning a new skill to elevate it's not yourself, but elevate the energy of your business. It also feels like before the time of Easter, we are branching out. We need to think about other people, whom are we going to bring on board, and have the courage, Christina, to communicate and negotiate. And as you are bringing your boundaries back from that person in your family, then you have the confidence to step into a really open space when it comes to your business, So I tell you what.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, this has been, yeah. And then also how we are communicating with emails, relax into that because it feels like I'm very quickly, I'm trying to think of and writing and, I'm doing everything at the same time, So I've got 30 seconds. Christina, please send me an email to hello@susanamedium.com and I would love to finish the reading with you. And thank you very much for calling in and let me know how you get on with everything. And the rest of you lovely listeners and viewers, thanks very much for being here and joining me. That was our show, Susanna Medium. And also, if you want to come and present your own show, check out the main page, askwaradio.com, and then also my business on www.susanamedium.com, and you need very well 9 letters, ZSU, and from this place, I'm sending you lots of love and many, many blessings, and I'm jiggling my way out. So, Mr. Dave, thanks very much. Thank you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I'm your host, Medium Kelly Kristen. So glad to be here with you tonight. Thank you for joining me. I hope everyone's light is shining bright tonight. I hope everyone worked on that this week. If you've been listening to me the last couple of weeks, that's our theme for the whole year, how we can make our light big and bright and shiny. And so I'm going to actually start with a card pull tonight because I got this brand new deck and I'm just in love with it. It is by Lucy Cavendish, and Dan May is the one that does the artwork. And he is the one who does like the little, they're like kind of like little monsters, but they're like wood creatures, but they're amazing. And the deck is called Into the Lonely Woods. Whoops, I always do this. Sorry. Into the Lonely Woods, Blessings and Messages for Times of Solitude and Isolation. So if you can't see at home, it has the little monster. I am terrible at doing this, but okay. If you can see it now, there we go. So, you know, the title sounds kind of sad, like lonely woods and solitude and isolation, but the deck is actually just kind of the opposite of that, right? Most of us don't sit with ourselves or sit with our soul and just kind of talk to it. But solitude and isolation can be really good. It can be a good thing. When we sit and contemplate what's going on in our life or going on with our heart space or our light, it can just be really freeing. So sitting alone in isolation, we can connect with our light, right? Within our heart space, the one that we're trying to make shinier and brighter, and just kind of acknowledge ourselves for the human beings that we are. And just notice things like, you know, I like that I'm really giving and that I'm caring and I care for others, but, you know, maybe I give too much of myself away, right? Maybe I need to keep some of that for myself. Maybe that is something we can think about doing things like running or swimming or meditation, and just really connect with that light within our heart space. Let's see. So I chose a card and it's called Your Inner Light Will Guide You. There we go. And for those of you that can't see it, it has this beautiful little woodland creature on it, and he's holding a torch with a light at the end of it. And he looks like he's walking through the lonely woods, right? So, you know, this card to me means that you light your own torch, that inner light within you, right? And the light within your heart will give you your greatest guidance. And then once you light your light, you'll inspire other people to light their light and, you know, connect with the radiance in their soul. So it's almost like it's contagious. So you light your light and it is contagious and everybody else becomes bigger and brighter. So again, I love this deck. I love it. I'm so excited. I also wanted to real quick talk about a question that someone asked me last week, and it kind of has to do with the class I'm offering, but it's about intuition and psychic abilities. How much does intuition play into your psychic abilities? And you know, think a lot. We all have intuition. All of us can be psychics, but we all have intuition. We have mother intuition or father intuition. We always know when our daughter's dating the wrong guy, right? Or, that gut feeling that you get when something is really exciting or maybe not so exciting. It's that kind of feeling, that just that gut feeling that kind of gives you that spidey sense. So it's just kind of figuring out what your superpower is and then learning to grow it. So like if you were going to run a marathon, right? Which is actually something I know nothing about, but let's just pretend you're going to run a marathon. And that takes practice, right? You have to build up your stamina. Same thing with your intuition in order for it to help support your psychic abilities, right? The class that I'm actually teaching this weekend is on Sunday, January 22nd, and it's called Integrating Your Intuition into Your Daily Life. It's from 10 to 12 PST time, and you can find it on Eventbrite or on my webpage, Medium Kelly Kristen. And it's for everybody, beginner to advanced. It doesn't matter because we all need to practice. I'd love for you to come. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if that sounds interesting to you and you'd like to learn a little bit more of how you can, work on your intuition, then join me, right? I'm just going to leave that with you. And you can do what sounds good to you. So to answer that question, I feel like intuition has everything to do with your psychic abilities, right? It really helps to support it. And I have a caller, and I'm so sorry, but I missed your name. Do you mind telling me your name? Oh, Leocadia. Hi, how are you?
Yeah. Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I'm well. I'm into all of this. I'm growing myself in the spiritual development realm. I'm in a course actually as we speak, and then I got the message after taking all these leads. Hey, you get this free reading, and I did not even expect it. So
you know what?
And to be on the radio because this is.
Isn't that funny how that works? How I'm just talking about that class and then who is on the line? It's you. That's perfect.
Yeah. And I'm on like a wellness holistic approach type of path and feel like this is part of my calling and to help people and empower people in this type of thing too, to help them reverse illness within themselves and empower them and help them through life challenges. So myself, but I'm also know during that process, you got to heal yourself first, and it's a journey that does not
absolutely.
Yeah, and so I lost my mom back in November, and I also been receiving like these repeating patterns of different things and just with different people, places and things and situations that I go back to because I have such an open heart. And I just, I'm looking for guidance, on that. And if my mom's coming through and if the person, because I'm also going through a divorce as well. And have a little person with me, and there was a person I was talking to, and we just pretty much are not connecting anymore. And I'm wondering if it's because I'm upgrading or whatever they say, downloading new different spiritual things, but it's like it's like that. And I'm I just looking for like to find out, the direction and a lot of different stuff.
Right. So
because
first of all,
getting through with my mom.
Of course, and I'm so sorry to hear that. First of all, it sounds like you're doing everything I was just talking about. It sounds like you're trying to grow your light and be shiny and bright, and then also connect with yourself to see how you can kind of feed your soul. And then let me ask you, did you first start noticing your like, kind of awakening when your mom passed, or was it before that?
It was before that. I have had a lot of loss in my life.
Okay.
And so I went on a journey by myself. Then after my dad, then I ended up looking for somebody to help me. Mm-hmm. Because I dimmed my light many different times, and I did not know what I was really getting. I didn't want a lot of people to know at that point. I was kind of like in the closet, and I would say it started, after my grandma.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of times it happens, right? When something traumatic, right, happens in our life. Mm-hmm. But I do feel for you that it's like been like supercharged, each time you've had this loss, which, is unfortunate for the loss, but your soul is really growing. And sometimes that is painful. And sometimes we have to leave people behind that don't feed our soul anymore, that don't kind of are on the same vibration that we are. And it doesn't have to be sad. Mm-hmm. It just means that we're all in our journey, a different place in our journey. So if you kind of look at it like that and try to surround yourself with people who are in the same place that you are, right? That spiritually, because that's very uplifting. That helps to raise your vibrations. I also feel like your mom is on your, spirit team. So she's like behind you 100%. And does she come to you in dreams? Because I feel like she offers you guidance in some way. Would you understand that, or not yet?
So both my parents did the thing, and ever since I started this spiritual, I actually went in, took from a person, gave me an opportunity to work with me. I met them, and they are teaching me development.
Sweetheart, I'm so sorry, but we have like 30 seconds and I'm going to let you finish. But if we don't finish, I'd love for you to contact me at my email or on my website so I could talk to you more, because I'm so interested. I'm sorry?
Yes. No, I said I do see her in dreams.
Okay, perfect. But I still want to talk to you if you still want to continue the conversation. I just didn't want you to run out of time. So you can mediumkellykristen.com or info@mediumkellykristen.com. Please contact me. I'd love to talk to you. I'm so happy that you have your mom on your team, and I know you have more family on your team as well. Keep shining your light bright. You're doing a perfect job.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petrocelli. Live from TammyPetrocelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. It's Tammy Petrocelli. Oh, I'm not Eleanor Grace. I'm Tammy Petrocelli. And I'm in Lewis, Delaware today, even though it says Newark in the corner. Whoop, other corner. Because sometimes I'm in Lewis, but that's quite all right. How are you today? It is a lovely day here where I am. I hope it's a lovely day where you are. So, Spirit Talk. Let's talk a little bit about Spirit Talk a little bit, because I had a very interesting reading this morning. You know, when you get a reading, it's real easy for someone to say, your mother is here and she loves you. Yes, they do love you. They are with you. They're here. But what's the evidence? How do we know that they're really here? You need a little bit of evidence, a little bit to, make your sitter feel that they really do, you really do have their mother. So today I was doing a reading and a woman's grandmother came in. And it was so interesting because all the way at the end of the reading, I said, she's holding a wooden spoon and she keeps putting the spoon down in front of me, like laying it on the table. And I said, I kind of felt like she was saying enough. She was done. She was enjoying her afterlife, really enjoying what she's doing. And the sitter had me cracking up because she reached down in front of her. I couldn't see, her desk, and pulled up a wooden spoon. She had the wooden spoon in her hand. She had laid it down in front of her. And she said it was because of something that I told her a few years earlier in a reading. And that was to hold her wooden spoon like a symbol of power, a symbol of ownership of her energy. So it was just what confirmation that your loved ones are with you by saying they see the wooden spoon and putting it down in front of the woman, and then it being something that I told her years ago, which I don't remember. So yeah. So always look for validation from your reader. And that could be either with something totally symbolism, seeing what you're doing, as if she had the wooden spoon laying in front of her. It could be their personality, information on their personality. It could be information on watching something else that you're doing. It could be how they looked, the kind of job that they had, your loved one had, or a hobby. So, make sure that you're getting some type of confirmation. And if the information isn't spot on, nobody is perfect. We are interpreting what we're getting. If the information doesn't resonate with you, take the information and remember it. It could be something that jogs your memory later, or someone else gives you that confirmation. So, yeah, it's always great to record them. Jennifer is in London in the UK, and I absolutely love the UK, Jennifer. I was there last month. I hope to go back soon. How are you today, Jennifer?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us today. Do you have a question for me, or would you like me to connect with a loved one?
If you could connect with the loved ones.
Absolutely. Could you tell me their name and who they are to you and nothing else?
Peter, Dad, Pamela, sister.
I'm sorry, what's her name?
Pamela, sister.
Pamela, and this is your sister.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I feel I do have an energy coming through, a female energy coming through. She does make me feel like this is a woman who passed way before her time, but way before she should have. Do you understand that? She makes me feel that she has been gone for a while. I don't know if she was in her late 30s or early 40s at the time of passing, or she. Okay, thank you. Because that's the age that she was showing me. She also shows me her being her personality being outgoing. Do you understand that? Kind of an upbeat type of personality. And she did not always go by Pamela. You understand that? That was her given name, but she I feel like she had a couple of different, I want to say, nicknames that she was called. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because not just Pam or Pammy, but I also feel like there was a very different. Would you understand something like Pookie or Pootie around, if it's not something similar to what she was called, then someone around her that would have had that kind of a nickname? Does that resonate with you?
It kind of does, because I know my niece that is still here, she had a nickname for her, but I can't remember it at the moment, so I'll take it and then I can ask afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, I can't kind of hone in exactly on it, but it makes me feel like, Pootie, Pookie, Poomy, something very different. So just know that she's recognizing, and this was something the niece would have called her.
Yes.
And you said the niece is with you. This is kind of her way of acknowledging that she understands that she is there. And she says, thank you. Oh, this is her daughter with you. Is that correct?
No.
So this is a different niece. Because the reason that I said that is because she makes me feel like she wants to thank you for what you did after her passing. She tells me that you did step in and either look after her children or other children, that you have stepped in to take care of things that she was not able to take care of. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And it was her daughter you're on about, but she's not with me.
Okay, that's fine. It's just her way of acknowledging and letting me know. She also shows me, would you understand her being interred at a very large old cemetery? So not cremated where you have the cremains at home or whatever, but she's showing me a very large old cemetery. Does that resonate with you?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where she is interred, please?
Yes.
And also other family members. So you have multiple family members in this cemetery.
Yes, correct. She's with my dad.
Thank you, because I was going to say parents, but I didn't feel that parents were correct. So father is passed. So I feel that this is her way of telling me that she is with family. She is with, so they don't live in the cemetery. They just know where you kind of took earthly remains. They don't live there. But this is her way of breaking in and showing me that Although she was interred with family, she's with family on the other side. And would you understand an estrangement or a difficult relationship, please, with, I believe it is father's family?
Yes.
Okay. She just gives that as a little bit of evidence to know, who she's with. But she makes me feel that there was I don't feel like a complete estrangement from your father, but do you understand a difficult relationship with father?
Not
It's
with
okay.
her.
Not for her, but what about for you?
It wasn't difficult, but it was rocky, but we were fine at the end.
Okay. I mean, and I'm okay with no's. Just understand that, because I would rather someone say no and let me go back to spirit and get the proper. But rocky works for me. If you say that there was some rocky times, I can accept that as the interpretation. Well, they're all around you, and do you have a penchant for candles? You really like to light candles?
Yes.
Yeah, because they're showing me you lighting candles, which is just kind of an odd one. But they don't show me you doing it at the church. So, I mean, sometimes they'll show me people lighting candles at church. That's not what they're showing me. They're just saying, we see you like candles. That's the way I feel. But because I said, well, tell me something that she does. Okay. And they also said something about your flat. I don't know if you've just recently moved or you've changed where change where you live, or you've done some moving of furniture or changing or paint. You live in a flat as opposed to a house?
Yes, a flat.
Yes. So, and have you recently either moved there or recently did some changes?
No, I'm praying to move.
Ah, okay. So thank you. Interpretation. They know that you want to make changes to your flat. So keep putting it out there. I do see some changes, but not for a while. I'm going to say look towards the beginning of summer, the end of spring. I don't know if that's when your lease runs out, but that I see some opportunity for changes at that time. Jennifer, I hope that you've enjoyed that time with your loved ones. Thank you for calling in. And I will see you all this time, same place, same station, Moonstruck.tv and A1R Psychic Radio. Mwah. Namaste. Have a great week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday to look through the tarot cards. I've got a cold today. Isn't that wonderful? A good old-fashioned cold. Nothing serious. Just annoying enough to be annoying. It's just, I hate colds because you're not really sick enough for anybody to want to rush to your bedside and take care of you. But you're sick enough that it's nasty and it's just, you feel, yeah. But here I am, shuffling up the cards, ready to go. And we are, we're more than halfway through January. It's been a nice winter here in New York, which is, if there's one thing that characterizes New York, it's not the theater, it's not the eccentric people, it's the constant level of complaining that we have. Many years ago, you go to the Internet Archive and you'll find loads of recordings by Gene Shepard, who is the narrator of the wonderful movie A Christmas Story, from his book. And there is a recording there from, I think, 1961, is somewhere buried in there, of him explaining how New Yorkers go berserk when there's rain. That he says water falling from the sky makes big, brave New Yorkers go limp, and they panic, and it's a mess. But the same thing here now. Thing here now, we don't have snow. We haven't had snow this year, and people are complaining. They're whining and complaining about the lack of snow. Well, we're going to get snow. I mean, this is almost a given. It's been only about, I think, 4 years since we went this long without snow, and it's just not, in terms of geology and climate, that's not even a microsecond. But we're going to get snow, and you know what's going to happen then? People are going to complain. They're going to complain about too much snow. They're going to hound the mayor for not cleaning up the driveways, the whole thing. I've come to believe in my 282 years as a New Yorker that it just feels that way, that complaining is the thing. They talk about people who, Harry Cohn, the guy who founded Columbia Pictures, his advice to people was, kid. He was one of those tough guys who always said, kid. Yeah, there goes my nose, you see. The best advice for going through life is always go through life as though you're demanding to see the manager, which, of course, today there'll be a video about you and call you a Karen, but that's neither here nor there. But complaining, I learned long ago, you used to see, you can't please everybody, they would say. I'm starting to believe you just really can't please anybody, so you might as well just do what you think is right, do what you think is best, enjoy your life, and don't worry about complaining, because anybody who can complain that there's no snow and then complain a little while later that there is snow. And by the way, people are so grouchy when they get old. Remember how much you loved snow when you were little? Now we don't even have snow days here in New York for kids. That's the truth. They don't shut the schools down because of snow. They make the kids not trod through the snow, but go on a laptop or a computer, a desktop, or whatever you use, a phone, who knows. But you have to attend school through the internet. Now, one of the joys of childhood was getting up on certain mornings and knowing that you're headed over to Central Park or Riverside Park, in my case, with a sled, and you're going to spend endless hours climbing up a hill just to zoom down it and then climb it up again and zoom down. Do people still do that? That was so much fun. It was ridiculous, but it was fun. It was just what we were supposed to do. Because when you're a child, that's a job, you see. That's your job as a child. There's certain things you have to do. And one of the things, whether you like it or not, is you have to go climb a hill. Generally, there's one about every 3 blocks in New York called Suicide Hill. And everyone thinks that theirs is the only one. All the kids do. And you get into fights with kids in other neighborhoods about whose Suicide Hill is the most dangerous. And we all hear the same urban legend about the kid who went off of the grass and onto the concrete and cut his fingers off. Kids are gruesome, you know that? Kids are just really gruesome. But that's our life. As a child, that's your work. You have to get up. They might as well have a time clock that you can punch when the snow comes, and you have to go a certain number of times up and down the hill. And then you go home and you collapse, and then you start sneezing a couple of days later. And here we are. I have all the benefits of the cold without having done any of that. But I don't complain. I try not to complain about anything. If there's one thing that I don't complain about, it's complaining. But I'm relating it, relating that to you. If you come to New York to visit, you'll have a great time. You're not going to get murdered. Trust me about that. Your chances are you're going to get killed. If you're not, first of all, odds are you're not going to get murdered. But the odds are if you do get killed, it'll be by somebody you know and love who has a very good reason for doing it. It's not going to be killed by a total stranger. That's the way it usually goes. But the places that you want to see here in New York are highly protected, like where I am in the Theater District and the Times Square area. It's pretty good. That's rather morbid, but hey, these are the facts. People are led to believe that there's crime waves. I was in school, believe it or not, I did go to school. I went to high school, and a group of kids caught another group of kids robbing the lockers in the gym, and they beat them up. Now, it just so happened that the kids who were doing the robbing had white-colored skin, and the kids who were being robbed and did the beating up had black-colored skin. And I knew all of those kids who were involved, and there wasn't a single person around who didn't want to beat up those other kids. They were obnoxious kids. But that was simply it. They were found robbing the lockers while everybody was in the gym. The New York Times reported that as a race riot, literally a race riot. And racial strife, and that goes back to 1960. Okay, I'm not going to review. It was the 60s, let's say. Could have been the 70s, but it depends on how old I am at any given moment. I adjust my age. Did you know that? You do that too, don't you? You adjust your age as necessary. Depends on how I feel in the morning. Right now, I'm feeling very old. But that's when I learned not to particularly trust the news, because I knew the kids involved. I knew what had happened. I was almost a witness to it. The only thing that stopped me from being a witness to it is that I was not very big on bouncing a ball, and just for the hell of it, So these were just kids who liked playing basketball in the gym, and they were good at it. And then they came out a little early and saw these other guys opening the lockers and stealing watches and things like that. And they gave them what is informally known in New York as an alley party. But according to the New York Times, there was nothing but racial strife in that school, and it was awful. You'd never know it by being there. But hey, there you go. That was the first lesson I learned about news. Not long after that, I went to work at a television station, and part of my job was preparing news. So I was well prepared for that. Well, I'm glad to be back with you tonight. We're going to spend as much of an hour as we can without me taking up too much time bloviating and telling you about all kinds of things. I usually do that a lot, but if I do it now, it'll be about how sick I am of chicken soup. And I don't think you want to hear that. Hot and sour soup, I like. That I like. I make hot and sour soup when I have a cold, because it clears the sinuses, as far as I know. The way I do it anyway. I use loads and loads of Tabasco sauce, and vinegar is in there too. That's a simple way to do it. You can find any simple recipe online for making hot and sour soup. If not, just drop me a line and ask Taro at earthlink.net, and I'll tell you how I do it. But I am a product of hot and sour soup right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a voice, and I would be sneezing, and I would be complaining and crying and whining and complaining. That's what I would be doing, because I am a New Yorker. And let's stop complaining. It would be nice if complaining has become an art form now. There's whole political parties that just live on complaining. There's whole politicians who just run on complaining, which I find quite amusing when the people in charge of things start complaining about things. But that's neither here nor there, because those people come and go, and the realities of life, such as tarot and magic and the beauty of the universe, it's all here. And we ought to just enjoy it as much as we can. And like I'm very fond of saying, there's a whole industry out there that's designed just to upset you, and it's called the news industry. And I'm not saying you should not pay attention to current events. Just don't let it get you down, because they will always find something to upset you. Notice as soon as they were finished with the chaos over the Speaker of the House, Now it's, the chaos over the debt ceiling. And then as soon as they work that out, which they will, it'll be, the chaos over something else. Because that moves product, that sells things. Well, here we deal with the realities of life. We deal with the beauty of living, and we try to take a peek around the corner of time and space with the tarot cards. So I'm going to now ring a bell 3 times to declare a sacred space, and we'll jump right into the readings. The first up is Christy in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Hello, Christy. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing as well as I can be. I'm just with a cold. I'm just afraid I'm going to start sneezing, and I have this bizarre fear that I'm gonna get somebody sick in the audience, which is really stupid. But I still feel it. You have a cold also?
I do. Where I live is we got allergies so bad here.
Oh gosh, something, I never knew how bad they could be. But this is a little tip for you. If you can avoid getting pneumonia, do that, because I had pneumonia a few years back and it left me with allergies. And I called the doctor and said, what the heck? What is that all about? And they said, that's like a side thing. If you get pneumonia, chances are pretty good that you'll end up with allergies. And I said, well, I did. Is this what people have been going through all the time? He said, yeah. I said, oh, man. So if anybody out there with allergies, do me a favor. I'm not a violent person, but if somebody starts making fun of you for the allergies, just punch them in the nose for me, would you? Just tell them Reverend Elliot said it's okay. I'm sure the police will go for that. Yeah. So, the allergies. Yeah, my heart is with you there.
It's bad because it's humid a lot here.
Oh, here it's I don't know, humid. And like I said, everybody here in New York complains all the time about the weather, but humid it isn't until maybe August. Then we get humidity. But I always think
it's 70 here. Like tomorrow it's gonna be like 74.
Yeah.
75.
But I keep thinking, because you can look, there's a wonderful website called Shorpy, SHORPY. They have high-resolution photographs going back to the early 20th century and late 19th century. And they're just beautiful pictures, and a lot of them show New York. And one is called The Close of a Career, which is kind of gross, but it just shows kids playing in the gutter in New York in the early 20th century with a dead horse lying there. Because that's what they did. And now I know that pollution is a bad thing and that the cars are polluting the air, but I'd hate to think what this town in New York smelled like in August when we had horses all over the place, because horses have their own form of pollution, and it's bad enough, but in the August heat, oh man.
Right.
But I've done some time traveling, as they say. There's a wonderful book, if you can find it, get it. It's called Practical Time Travel. It's a very little book. It's a slim book. It's excruciatingly expensive for some reason. It's become famous. I bought one a few years ago for $3, but they're up to like $60, $70, $80. So if you can find a decent price for one of those, get it, and it'll show you how you can travel around in time. This is something I discussed a few weeks ago. I do firmly believe that we carry the memories of all our ancestors within us, and we can access those through meditation. And I've gone back to New York in the past, and I'm not doing that ever again because it smelled awful, awful, awful. So listen, what can we look at for you tonight? Maybe now that our noses are clogged, it'll be the perfect time for the bad smell.
I really don't know what's going on lately with me anymore, because it seems like I have so many setbacks. Like, I don't think about the setbacks, but it's like I get 2-3 feet ahead of me and I'm 5 feet back. Like, I got in an accident at work, and now I'm, just got so much with my back and my neck anymore that I've lost my job, and my relationship is failing with my boyfriend, and it's just so much going on. I don't know what is going on. So I was just calling to see what is going on with me, or is there any good things coming?
Yes. Yeah. The first thing I have is good news, which is that the Ten of Swords is the first card I got while you were describing that. And the Ten of Swords means the bad times are over. That means the worst has happened and it's over. I also have the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. There are things happening that are very confusing in terms of romance in your life, which that's I've got cup cards here, which are about romance, and they're kind of up in the air, and it's very bewildering. But we know that from what you said. But so I'll skip that and just get to the part that looks good. There's a sign here of a new relationship coming. And now that can mean two different things. That could mean that your older relationship will reach another level, or there will be something new coming to you. Because I'm getting positive. The Knight of Cups is about something new happening in terms of affairs of the heart. And the Ace of Cups is also about something new coming. But it's also a card about growing happiness and good things on the way. Now, this is consistent with the Ten of Swords, which says that the worst is over and things are going to start getting better for you. So either you're going to have a new relationship that is going to be very good, or the older one, the one that, has problems, that's going to work out.
Okay.
So that's good. The main thing here is that Ten of Swords, which literally means that the world has thrown its worst at you and you're still here and you're going to get up and keep going. So it's good news. Anything else you want to look at?
Do you think they're going to get to the bottom of my neck and my lower back? Because for 6 months I've been down.
Well, the card that I had about that was hope and optimism, was the Star.
Okay.
So that's a good thing too. But I keep getting here like the Ace of Cups and the Ten of Cups. In terms of the cups, I'm getting happy stuff for you. So I think that you'll get through that. You'll get over it. I mean, here's the Sun. I was hoping to get that card, and there it is. Like that's the card of healing and health and growth. So I think things are going to work out very well for you. It's just the back is awful. I mean, I had a doctor one time who told me that human beings are never meant to walk upright, and that's the problem. And then I thanked him and got a new doctor. That's not what I wanted to hear. But yeah, back problems are whew, man. So as long as you're getting medical attention and you're following what they're saying you should do, and you feel comfortable with it, and you don't ever hesitate to get second opinions, is the way I feel. But the card here that I was hoping I would see for you, anytime somebody has a medical problem, I hope to see that card. And there it is. It's the Sun, which is health and healing and growth and happiness.
Good, because it'd be in my favor, because I mean, like I said, now I got unemployed. From where I was injured.
But you have a legal thing going, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I can take a look at that and see what there is with that. If you'd like, I'll shuffle the cards and take a look at the legal situation. We were involved in a legal thing here. It took a while. It took like a year and a half or so, but it's always
something
worth
that
pursuing.
I never would have thought of.
Same here. Okay. Well, this is good. The cards are very good. They're favorable here for you. I'll tell you what they are. I mean, there's nothing coming outright and saying, yes, you're going to win, but here's what you got, which is the same message. It's the Five of Rods, which is a card of stiff competition, but it has within it the promise that you can deal with that. Then there's the Nine of Cups, which shows a very happy, well-fed, content person. And then there's the Six of Coins, which is a card about receiving money. Okay? So you see what I'm getting at? And bingo, here's the one. And here's the card. Here's the biggie, the Justice card. You're going to get the justice that you're looking for. Now, as with many, and having been married to a lawyer for like almost 40 years, I should tell you, I understand. You may not get everything you want, but what I'm seeing in these cards is that you'll do okay. I'm not seeing that. That's me talking. That's just me. That's not the cards. The cards are not saying you're not going to get everything you want. You know what I mean? That's just me. The cards are showing. You look at that 6 of coins. You look that up on the internet, the 6 of coins with tarot, and they all show a guy handing out money. That's the good one. The Justice card speaks for itself. You will be getting justice, and the 9 of Cups is, like I said, is a contented, happy person who's very well fed and enjoys the good things in life. So we can infer from that you're going to do all right financially too. Okay.
Well, good. Well,
so hang in there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. Thank you.
Get over that cold, and I promise to get over mine too.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. Does my voice get lower when I have a cold? Does it sound more impressive when I'm sick and have a cold? I knew a guy who he had a radio gig, and every once in a while, every few years, he would develop polyps on his vocal cords, which apparently is something that happens to people who talk for a living. And when that happened, his voice would go way down, and he would make a fortune doing voiceovers for products and commercials and radio ads and TV ads, and then he'd go get the vocal cords scraped and get the polyps removed, and he'd had a fine voice, obviously, but when he had those polyps, he would just rake in the money. Those were the good old days. It wasn't me, that's for sure. I did a few commercials for radio in my time, but one time I was listening to an oldies station here in New York, and I was on a ladder painting the ceiling, and the radio was on, and one of my ads came on, and I almost fell off the ladder. I was so surprised to hear my own voice coming out of the wall. So I guess I'm not cut out for that business. Sabrina in Vancouver, British Columbia is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing tonight?
I'm not bad. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, just getting through a cold. So maybe hot water and bourbon would do it. Somebody told me to do that one time when I had a cold, but then I ended up with another problem, which I don't want to go into. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Okay, I guess one of the first thing is if you can see kind of what's going on with my aunt.
Okay. Is your aunt no longer with us?
Oh, she's still here.
Oh, good. Because I do get afterlife readings for afterlife things, and people are very delicate about that, and I try to kind of tiptoe around it a little bit. Okay, so you want to spy on your aunt, right? That tarot is good for that. So we see what's going on?
There's lots going on. Just wondering if you could see anything how that's going to go.
Does this involve money?
It involves money and
because I have
lots of issues.
I have the King of Coins, the Queen of Coins, the Ace of Coins here. The first cards I pulled out, and the Two of Coins and the 10 of all these 5 cards I just pulled out are all about coins. So the cards are telling me look into money. Is something going on financially with her?
Yes.
Okay. There's struggle. There's a strike. There's somebody. Look, I'm going to do this as diplomatically as possible. There's somebody behind the scenes doing something bad. Is that what you see going on?
Well, I thought there was one person, but I'm not sure if there's just one or more now.
Well, I definitely have a card here about one person. It's a 5 of Swords, which is not a very good card. 5s are trouble in tarot, and the 5 of Swords shows a rather smug person sneaking around, doing bad stuff, let's say, in the background, and that's not a good sign. I also have the 7 of Rods, which is a person, it could be you, who can handle that, can sweep away all these obstacles and will be successful at handling it. That's the 6 of Rods. So what I'm seeing is, while there's somebody who's creating trouble, there's somebody else who's going to be able to handle it and stop it. and just stop the troubles, which is something I like to see when I find a troublemaker in the deck, because it's not nice, you know. That's pretty much the person to be concerned about here is a very charismatic person, an attractive person, a person who is powerful and impresses people. There's somebody around like that?
There definitely is one, and there's someone else that we've kind of put in charge to try to stop it.
Well, from what I see here, what you're doing to stop it is going to work. And here's the justice card again. I had that just earlier for the previous caller. That the card said there will be justice done here. You know, I that's why I have the 6 of rods here, which tells me that things are going to work out very, very well. But it's going to be a struggle. Although you're going to be able to handle the struggle. That's the 7 of rods.
Okay, be okay.
But there is somebody who's doing things that is not the best interest in your aunt, and you know this, so that's good.
Yes.
So the cards are just pretty much confirming what you know, is that there is somebody doing this. The 10 of coins is the card I have here at the finish, which is a happy ending to all that. It's going to work out all right.
Okay.
So that's good.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm just wondering if you could see something or anything with my mom's overall health.
Health, let's see. I'll shuffle them up again. Let's see. You know, I've got cards of waiting, like the 2 of rods, the 2 of swords. 2s are about balance. 2s are waiting. 3 of rods is waiting for something to bear fruit. It tells me that if there was something that was wrong health-wise, it's in abeyance right now. That it looks like this is a good period.
So
okay.
The health overall with her seems to be okay.
I'm not seeing anything wrong here. I'm seeing just everything kind of status quo, like, you know. No, that's just a set of cards here many miles away. If you have any concerns, you know, please go check it out with a doctor, because this could also mean that if there is anything wrong, they can find it and deal with it.
Okay.
But what I see now is things are kind of stable. You know, I'm getting well-balanced cards. Let's just put it that way. Things are stable.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
I guess the last one is, I guess, what do you see happening in the future with me?
Well, overall, I see that you need, and you're going to take some time out for yourself, and you're going to have balance restored. Your life feels out of balance. Don't you feel that at times?
Yes.
Well, you're going to restore that balance. I have the 4 of swords, which is taking time out and just letting things percolate around you, just relaxing, and the temperance card, which is things returning to balance, and I think that's just about what you need at this point. You'll be good at that. The world card is here. That's a card of success. So you need to take care of yourself a little bit more. You're very good about helping other people, is what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
You're going to need to take some time out for yourself, because, you know, I know it sounds selfish, but you can't help other people if you don't take care of yourself first. And you'll do that. You'll do that. And the temperance card shows me that you will retain balance in your life. You'll have a return to balance, and that's good, because you've been very busy. From what I see here, emotionally and mentally, you've been quite busy. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Yeah. So that 4 of swords is a nice relaxing period of just taking time out for yourself. Okay. So look to do that, because you have it coming and you deserve it. I just shuffled and
Okay.
cut the cards again, and I got the Temperance card again. Definitely balance is coming your way. So that's good.
And do you see anything spiritual happening here?
Well, the whole thing is going to be wrapped in spiritual accoutrements here, because I've got the Judgment card, which there's going to be a rebirth. After you get that, see, there's the sword, the Four of Swords again. That's that period of resting. That's followed by the Judgment card, the Temperance card. Now again, the Empress, which is a card of making things grow. A person who's very creative. Yeah, you're going to head for something very good spiritually if you can get that time out for yourself and just pull the various forces in your life into balance. And you're working on that, and you're going to succeed at it, from what I see.
Okay, and I guess just how do I word it? Spiritual protection around me would be very important for me.
Well, I'm seeing that, and see, the other thing is, the Nine of Coins is here, for instance, and that is a card of a person who is at peace with herself and at one with herself, and can be all right alone. It doesn't mean loneliness. It doesn't mean being a hermit. It just means that you're centered and you're at peace, and that was the balance that you had, and you're going to be getting that back. Okay?
Okay, so I'll be getting the peace, the balance back again.
Yes. Oh, yeah. There's balance will be restored to your life if you can take out some time just for yourself and pull away from these things, because that'll help you a great deal.
Okay, and spiritually,
there's a period of growth coming after that.
After that,
yeah.
Okay.
But you'll get there. See, I've got like the Six of Swords here, which tells me you will get there. You will make it.
Okay, and could you suggest anything to be to help spiritually protection, or
what kind of protection do you need?
just from being safe and not being, I don't know if the proper word is let's say attack?
Well, okay, I will do this. First of all, I'll tell you, I think that period of time out that I saw on the cards will answer that, because you'll be able to do that. But get yourself a return candle. They're kind of large, but you can get them at various occult supply places like Wisdom products or Azure Green, things like that. And it's half black and half red. And if anybody's sending you anything negative, burning that is said to return it to them. So that could help you out.
Okay, great.
Because there is some negativity going on around the situations that you're describing, but you're pretty well covered for it. But get a return candle and try that out.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. And hey, look at that. We've come to the halfway mark, and you're listening to Reverend Elliott's The Magical Window. I call it the magical window, but it's really just tarot cards. I don't know what struck me to call it a magical window, but it's at least I didn't call it magical goggles. That would sound kind of silly. Would you imagine being tied to that for 11 years doing a show called Reverend Elliott's Magical Goggles? Although beer goggles are close enough to that, and we discussed that earlier when I said somebody told me to go out and drink bourbon when I had a cold. I'm not going to explain what happened to me after that. Sarah in Conway, South Carolina is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Good, how are you?
I'm doing okay, considering I just have a bit of an annoying cold. How are you?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Is there anyone around me protecting me?
You looking for spiritual protection, maybe like from the other side?
Well, I was thinking if there's my daughter around me protecting me.
Has you lost your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Let's see what we've got here. Well, I have, well, the first card I have here is the High Priestess, and that's one of the cards that I look for when somebody asks me to see a thing like that, because the High Priestess sees behind the veil being that which separates this world from the one to come. So this is something positive is going to emerge from this reading. Here's the Death card. That's another. Let's see. Okay. The cards are falling into place here. The card that I have, and there are two cards I have here, and we can read these as a message. They're both tens, and tens are about completion. Tens are, in this case, very positive. There's the 10 of cups and the 10 of coins, which is a card of, these are both cards of happiness and cards of family. And the 10 of swords, I have 3 10 cards here. These are cards of completion, which of course, you know, her time here was completed and now she's somewhere else. The 10 of swords, though, is an interesting card in that it means the worst is over and I'm not suffering anymore. So I'm not going to ask you to go into any details about this, but the message I'm getting is that that I've found completion, fulfillment, and there's happiness here, and that the message. And I get these. This is what's so peculiar. I get these a lot when I do this kind of reading, almost every single time, and the message is about happiness and joy. And that's what they, I guess what they're saying is, that, and it's useless to say don't be sad because we're always going to be sad, but it says that that I'm happy, and that's the message that I'm getting very emphatically from the spirit, because I have the High Priestess card and the Death card here, and I'm the interesting thing about the 10 of coins is that it's a card about ancestors. And it's almost, when I get that, and I get that a lot with these readings, is I'm with my ancestors. So this is a person who is, the spirit is doing very well. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
I just wanted to know, am I right about my health?
Well, let's see what I see about your health. And of course, if you have any doubts, you know, check with a physician. Very important.
Yes, sir.
As somebody who has had his share of medical visits in the last couple of years, I can tell you. I'm seeing that you're very strong, you're very powerful, and you're going to do well. I mean, I'm not getting anything bad or good, if you know what I mean. I see life just continuing for you. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
But if you have any doubts, get a checkup, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
Oh, that was I haven't heard a dial tone in so many years. It's always quaint when I hear that. I like dial tones. I'm sitting here. I'm looking at a phone from the 1920s that I use, which has a dial on it, and I can no longer use the dial. So that my phone calling has been drastically limited from that particular instrument. But you'll see one day. You'll see what I've got here. I've got a nice brass candlestick 1920s phone, which I don't think originally had a dial on it. I think somebody put that on. I could probably get a touch tone dial pad for that, but that would look pretty damn weird, don't you think? Amber in Des Moines, Iowa is next. Hi, Amber. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. How are you tonight, Amber?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
I was hoping to connect with my dad.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Oh, boy, here's a good one. The Moon card. Have you been dreaming about your dad?
Very much so.
Because that's what that card is about. It's the subconscious and dreams and oh man, that's a good sign. Let's see what we have here. I have the Judgment card, which is references Last Judgment. So that's pretty much a confirmation that this is an afterlife reading. The Ace of Cups is here. That's a card of happiness. Everything is. I mean, I've got nothing but little happy cards here. It's so peculiar because whenever I do these readings, the message comes out happiness, even though there's a hint of sadness. The sadness of being gone is there. It's always there. Like in the Moon card has teardrops on it because there's always a tinge of sadness. But the spirit that I contact is always happy. And that's the message that they definitely want to get across. Here's the happiness and health and growth. There's the sun. It's all good stuff. So that's, again, these readings get so bizarrely dull, you know, they've come to. I seem to reach the people when they've come to terms with what happened to them. Once I did a reading, and it was quite clear that the soul that I had reached was not happy at all about what was going on. You know? But that's a whole other story. There's a book in that one. But here, everything is fine. I just shuffled them again, and I'm still getting cards of happiness. So.
Good.
So that's the short and sweet answer. That the message is I'm doing okay. Here where I am. Well, okay.
All right.
Anything else you want to look at, or is that it?
Should we look at maybe I don't know, my marriage?
Well, I've got the Lover's card right up at the top here. Now that also has a deeper meaning, not just simply romance. It's about making a choice. So it seems to me, and I also have the Hierophant, which is a card of marriage. So the cards are, again, the cards are working for you. They're telling me that they're hearing you. This isn't going to help you at all, but it's telling me that there's a choice that you need to make in terms of your marriage. Now you knew that coming in, though. But what they're not going to tell me what the choice is, and I wouldn't even dare to interpret the cards to tell you what to do, because the cards have more faith in you than that. The cards are very successful, and they're telling me that whatever choice you make, you'll make the right one for you. You've had some rough times. That's the 10 of Swords. That's the card that says the rough times are over. The 6 of Rods is the card that tells me that whatever you choose to do, it's going to be good and it's going to be successful for you. Okay, this is the second time I've had this card tonight. The 5 of Swords tells me there's somebody here who's making trouble for you. Is that true?
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna win. You know, you're not gonna be victimized by that person. But there's a person there who wants to make trouble for you. You don't have to give me any details because I know that this is going to be intensely personal. But what I'm seeing is that you're going to make the right choice for yourself, and you're going to do okay for yourself. And the hard times are going to be over. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
No, that was all.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
And I will, after the show, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way to help you with what is undoubtedly a difficult choice. But like I said, the cards show me that you're going to do what's right, and you're going to be happy with your choice. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. Let's shuffle them up now. Oh, there goes my nose again. Does it sound odd? Does my nose sound funny to you? My nose is running. I used to have one of those little wind-up toys with a nose that walked around, you know, because my nose was running so much. But now, it's the old pick up the phone and say, is your refrigerator running? And, well, if you had a misspent childhood like mine, you know what comes next. It's the same as calling up the bowling alley and asking if he's got 10 pounds. Oh, never mind. Ava in Phoenix, Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I hear you.
Nice to talk to you.
Oh, glad you could call through. What can I look at for you?
I just like can I start with just I don't know what Spirit wants me to know?
Are you on a speakerphone? Because I'm having a little hard time hearing you here.
No, I'm on my regular phone. I'm just
Okay.
in a hallway, so it's probably echoey from that.
Yeah, it's a little. Sounds like you're in a big church. So, what exactly did you want to look at? I didn't quite hear it.
Can we look at what's going on in my with my career in education right now?
Sure. Well, that's outstanding. I got the Ace of Rods. That's a card here. That is a card about career. So there are new things coming your way in terms of career, which I would hope in terms of, since it's linked to your education. The Page of Coins is here too. That's a beginning of a stream of money. That's pretty good. The Magician is somebody who's got the power to make things happen, and you're drawing spiritual power from above, and you can use it here. You're going to be very successful. The Six of Rods, that's rods again, our career. That is a card of success and getting what you want and achieving it. The Two of Rods is here too. That is also, you're getting a lot of, the work is the main thing. Career is the main thing here that you're concerned with, because I'm getting all these cards that are rods. The Two of Rods is about waiting for something to happen in your chosen field. That's the thing. It's gonna take a bit more time, but here's the Ace of Swords. Now this is important because you mentioned education. Swords can be about strife and struggle, and that all depends on the other cards in the reading. But they also have the meaning of mental activity, and you're learning, and you're in school, and that is mental activity. And I'm seeing that in the sense that the Ace of Swords is going to be related to the Ace of Rods, which you have here, which is your education is going to lead you to a very good career in terms of what you want to do, and you'll enjoy it, and it's what you enjoy doing, and it'll pay well. The King of Cups is here, and that tells me that you're probably, in terms of work, you're more interested in the fulfillment angle than just the financial, correct?
Yes.
So you'll get that.
Okay.
Let's just end it with this then. The Ten of Cups is the card of perfected happiness. Your education, see, you asked about education and career, and I have the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Rods, which is about both of those things. So excellent. Yeah, and it's all happy. It's all good. So you're going to be all right.
Okay.
Anything else to look at?
Can we look at my love life?
Sure. I don't mind that at all. Well, what would you like to know? Or just see what the cards show you?
Just whatever the cards show me is fine.
Okay. Did you recently have a not too good experience romantically?
Yeah. Yes.
Because I got the Nine of Swords here. That is a sad card, and that is generally, things not working out. Now, the Six of Swords is next, and that's a person who just picks up and keeps moving. So that's good. That is absolutely good. The person is moving from rough waters to calm waters on a little boat, and you're pushing yourself. You're getting there. So it stings. It hurts. You're not ready yet for another round of an affair of the heart. That's the Eight of Swords. Shows me that you're a bit tied up still, but it's coming, and it'll be okay. You're not the kind of person who freaks out when you're alone. That's the Nine of Coins. I had that earlier for somebody. You're centered in a way that you can be alone and still be happy, and you're not one of those. We all know people who are constantly, they need somebody. The Lover's card is here, but the Lover's card is the next one. It's in your future, and that'll be successful. Now, here's something I've got to run because we're running out of time, but I do have a few minutes, so let me tell you what's going to happen here. And I have 100% record of almost being right. How's that? This is the Four of Cups. That is a fascinating card in terms of relationship, because it tells me that somebody around you is interested in you, but has not made it clear.
Okay.
So keep an eye out. See if somebody's paying a little more attention to somebody you know. See if it's somebody paying a little more attention to you than usual. See if that person is leaving the door open a little bit, metaphorically speaking, or literally. Then there'd be no doubt. But you know what I'm saying. If you look at the card, if you're familiar with tarot, or you can go online and look at the Four of Cups. It shows a person sitting there looking at 3 cups and contemplating the affairs of the heart. And there's a hand coming out of a cloud holding another cup, offering it. And that is the new relationship that's coming, but you don't see it coming. So it may take you by surprise, but it's going to be somebody who's near to you. And oh boy, here's the King of Cups. I'm glad you got this, because the emotional compact with you is very important. And you're hurting a little bit because of what happened, but you'll get through that. And let me leave you with one other one. This is another cup card, and this, I'll leave you with this. It's the 3 of Cups, which tells me that you may be meeting this person through people you know. Okay?
Okay.
So, but it's good. Sometimes it means the completion of a matter in plenitude and luxury, but it also means that something comes about romantically through your friends. So keep an eye there. But you're very young, I bet, and you'll keep going. Well, to me, everyone's very young now. You know, you'll see how that happens when you hit my level. You'll see how suddenly everyone's young. but you'll see what I'm talking about. But you'll be okay. You have something coming, and it's going to be very good. I want to leave one last card for you. Oh, the 3 of Coins. So back to work. You're going to be starting when you do get a job, when you do get into your career, when you do get the work you're looking for, you're going to start with an assignment that's probably temporary. Keep an eye out for that, because you'll excel at it. You'll do so well that it'll lead to other offers. How's that?
Okay, that sounds great.
I've got to run. I've
All right.
used up my time for the week, but I will send you positive energy with a white candle as soon as the show is over. How's that?
That sounds good. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now. And folks, that's it. We have hit the wall. We have come to the end. Can you believe it? We've come to the end of another episode of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window here on the Ask One Radio Network. And I didn't sneeze once, although my mouth is so dry. Oh, man, I'm gonna drink some dehydration fluid, which, rather, let me say hydration fluid. Drinking dehydration. What would dehydration fluid be? Vodka, right? That would do it. That would dehydrate me and throw me away. But no, I'm going to be drinking a nice, tall, cool glass of hydration fluid, because I don't like being dehydrated when I'm sick, and it doesn't help. So let's get into a few things here now that I want to always remind you of. My website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. There's like 100 and something pages there of interesting magical stuff that you can look at and have fun with and play with and contact me with, and you can see all kinds of interesting things there. Recommendations of books. There's videos there. Oh man, I one of the things I love seeing is when I look at my reports from the website on a daily basis. I see people who just tool around and see a lot. I don't see who you are personally. I just see that somebody visited from someplace and then hit a lot of pages. And I love that. And then there's mojoacademy.org, mojoacademy.org, for a book there that will change your life. mojoacademy.org has a great selection of books, including books that I haven't written, but I have reissued. So those are all there, mojoacademy.org. You can also find at magic-works.com a contact page for me. So I will be back with you again next week on Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Until then, remember that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host for this segment today with Insights into Consciousness. And today I'm going to do one reading on the air. But first, I wanted to talk to you about Mercury in retrograde. So I'm also having to remind myself about this. And this is also why I wanted to focus on the topic, because whenever you teach something or you talk about it, you tend to learn more and more about it. And the more I talk about it, try and give other people basically like an idea of what Spirit wants them to know, the more I will get those messages from Spirit. So first of all, when I say Spirit, I have to explain what that means, because this practice is not religious. It is actually an ability, and that includes all religions and all walks of life. So because there is not only one type of human with one religion, we do readings, or at least I do readings, on all religions and all cultures and all walks of life. I am not going to only be partial to a Christian, or I'm not just going to be partial to a Buddhist. I will do readings on every religious background and every culture, because I'm not racist. I'm not biased in any way. I pride myself in that. And I love that I have really worked with a lot of cultures and different races and religions, and have learned a huge amount from the people that I've worked with and from their spirit guides. So when I do a session, I'm basically talking to their spirit guides and to them subconsciously or their higher self. So it's really just about me learning from interpreting the messages from Spirit on the other side. When I talk about Spirit, it could be the Holy Ghost, what could be called the Holy Ghost, the Spirit, Chi, that it's also called Chi. It's also called, just your ancestors, your spirit guides, loved ones who have passed, and other people that you may have associations with who are even now living. So I still get messages from people who are currently still alive on the planet. And the way that that happens is through remote viewing. And we know that this is a thing they've used in the military for a very long time. And as a matter of fact, the Oracle of Delphi from way back in the ancient times, the Babylonians, this has been a practice for a very long time. And this is something that is an ability. It's something that helps other people. It's so much. So I just really want to talk about Mercury in retrograde and how that really ties into what I'm talking about Spirit. So first of all, right now I'm just going to ask Spirit, which would be guides and angels that want the current viewers, whoever's going to come across this video, to tell me exactly what they want me to say. I have not rehearsed this or thought about it. It's just by the seat of my pants, just on the fly. So, I'm going to start the reading now, basically, and anybody who watches gets this download. So I'm hearing basically that Mercury in retrograde is a bringing out the darkness. When we're having a Mercury in retrograde, people do tend to make it an excuse. But on the other hand, it is a time where communication can get confused or confusing. Even electronics can work in a weird way or not work at all. We have things that happen with the house pipes, the plumbing, the washer, the dryer, things like that. Because quantum physics, it's not anything other than science. But I don't want to go too far on my stuff, because I'm very scientifically based and I'm very factually based. So to kind of adhere to what Spirit's telling me everyone needs, and not just the way I'm thinking, is that Mercury in retrograde shows us the dark side. It shows us all the stuff we were stuffing. it shows us and brings up this time of the moon cycle, basically, or not just the moon, but the planet cycle, is similar to the moon cycle of the dark moon. Or, it's kind of like the new moon. So basically, it's turning off the light to leave you on your own for a while and let you suffer. And I know that sounds kind of dramatic, but the truth is that we all need to deal with our stuff that we need to process, because we get into survival mode. And what happens is we stuff all the things we're dealing with and all the spiritual growth we need to do. We go about our day and we just hide it. We stuff it in the background. We ignore it. And it has to come to light eventually. It has to come to fruition, because what the other option is that it grows into this thing that's in the dark and becomes kind of like a monster in your life. And you're on autopilot. This is also your subconscious mind, our subconscious mind, mine too now. And it's really important to let yourself during Mercury in retrograde have some rest, relaxation. Stay calm when you talk about things, because there's a lot of miscommunication that can go on right now between people in relationships, meaning any type of relationship. Even people with their pets can have miscommunications. And it's important during Mercury in retrograde, which is actually over this week, by the way. I believe it's on Wednesday. I'm actually going to check my calendar. Yes. So tomorrow, January 18th, the Mercury in retrograde ends and we'll go direct. But then after that, we have up to 2 weeks where it will take some time to get back to normal. No contracts, no travel plans during that time. You can check, you can Google, see when the next one is, put it on your calendar. Know that may be a really difficult time emotionally, even hormonally, also relationship-wise, communication-wise, plan-wise, contract-wise, appliances, anything electrical-wise, the house, the plumbing. A lot of it is connected to the weather as well. Don't think this doesn't include our ecosystem. This is very closely tied to the ecosystem. So remember that it's not just you, it's all of us together. And remember, this is the time that if you need something or you need help, to go ahead and reach out to other people and to ask for support. People who can lend you their support need to be helpful and useful during this time as well, because this is a great time for people to exercise how they can serve others with the suffering they've gone through and with their personal pain. So this is very, very important. I'm so excited to do my reading today. I can feel it's going to have a lot of positive energy already. So the other thing is that the veil is a little thinner during Mercury in retrograde, and I'm feeling that too. So it's a little bit of a thinner separation from your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, your higher self and your shadow self. Everybody has a higher self. Everybody has a shadow self. So, try not to think that it's a mental illness. It can affect you if you do have some sort of a diagnosis with mental health. Spirit wants me to tell the audience that mental health mostly has to do with, diet, self-care, drug use, alcohol abuse, and trauma. So those are a few things you can, rewind this and get those 5 things. Figure out how to resolve those issues in your life if you want to have the best mental health possible, and then increase the diet substantially. All the things, you can go to Dr. Amen's clinic online, Dr. Amen Clinics. He is the leading psychiatrist who does brain scans and knows all the dietary stuff for brain health. He even has supplements. I personally really like him. That would be my source. You can look up what he has and get it on Amazon too, if it's not what you want or it's too pricey. But his products tend to be really good. So I'm just throwing that out there. And if you sign up for text, you get coupons. So that might help too. But as always, remember that you can contact me and get a reading from me. I'd love to do one for you. It's Anna Olson, intuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen. And I can also be reached at Anna Olson Intuitive on Facebook. That Facebook messaging system's a little weird. It can be very difficult to get to on the business pages. But if you really want to get a hold of me, you can reach me on Instagram at the @ and then it's Tiny Medium Queendom. So just Tiny Medium Queendom, and I'll pop up. You can message me there. And then also there's a link on my link tree from my Instagram page and my Facebook pages to TikTok, which is really like my main platform right now. It's the newest one. It's the most popular and upcoming. app at the moment. I know that'll probably have its day and go away, but as of now, I've been getting hundreds of thousands of views and thousands of, tens of thousands of likes. And like, it's really blown up. And I guess people really care about the content that I share there. And it's really helped some people. So you can also go there, find my link tree on there and contact me through there. And I just want you to know that you can get a lot of free content there too. And I keep posting. People just want more and more. So I'd really try to keep up with posting there. So contact me for a reading anytime. I can also do life coaching. I don't have to read you at all if you don't want me to. I can also offer my training in life coaching through an amazing program that I've gone through and graduated from. So there's that. And, I do have a lot of experience with people with special needs, and I also have a lot of experience with children, families. I've also staffed torch trainings in Los Angeles through a program to enable teens to do better in their lives. So I'm going to do a reading now. I have Diane from England on the line, and I'd like to switch over to her now. Diane, are you there?
I am.
How are you today?
Not too bad.
Good to hear. I'm excited to do your reading today.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know if you have a specific question or if there's a topic you'd like for me to focus on today.
Well, I lost somebody very close back at the end of May last year, and I can't stop grieving for them.
Okay, so you lost somebody last year?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Sorry?
It's a little hard to hear on the line, so I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're in some pretty deep grief right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that. I am going to ask your spirit guides what would be the best course for you now and how we can best guide you in the amount of time we have today to get you to the right place. So it seems to me like this individual had some pretty had a pretty rough upbringing or life in general.
Yeah.
I feel, was there military influence of some sort?
No.
Because I feel like warrior, or this guy is somebody who really had to fight his way through a lot of his life.
No.
No. Okay. Well, I think that's what the military thing is kind of representing right now. That when somebody has a rough past, that sometimes they have to become a warrior. And so that's just basically what I was getting with that. A lot of like turmoil and things like that. And I'm wondering, did you have any specific questions about this person?
No, not really. I just feel a bit guilty because I've kept an eye on the person for 3 weeks, and he died in hospital because he was taken in, and I feel guilty that I never got a doctor sooner.
Okay. Well, that's always, I think, very common when people lose someone, but because it's common not to visit shortly before they pass for people. And it's also common to have guilt surrounding their loss. But the main thing that I feel like Spirit wants you to know right now is that you are extremely capable. The reason why you're feeling this so strongly, according to your spirit guides, is because you are it's kind of like you go through processes like this very quickly. You want to get it, you get things done very quickly in this sense. So they're saying you're taking it all on at once. And some people take many, many years to grieve, and some people can get it done a little sooner because they're just a little more prone to healing and getting through it. So I'm wondering,
Right.
do you have like a background work that helps you to process this better, or do you usually kind of just put your emotions out there, or?
I lost both my parents, and it took me a long time to get over my dad. And my mum went about 14 years ago, but my dad went 43 years ago. And I still think of my dad, but in a different way now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got all their pictures all around, and I talk to them.
Yeah, I think that's great that you talk to them because they can hear you. You know, our loved ones can always hear us when we talk to them. But I mean, I also think that you've had some practice on losing people, and I think this is just like your body and your spirit and everything just kind of being like, okay, let's just get this over with and do the grieving process. But the good thing is that it'll be over quicker that way. So I think it's important for you to just practice a lot of self-care and to be very patient with yourself right now. I feel that you are a very like generally good, generous person. And it's out of your, it's out of your comfort zone to feel like this. And that's why I think you're seeking some guidance right now, because this is very uncomfortable. You're not somebody who feels sorry for themselves. You're not, used to any of this for a long period of time. And the main message from him that I'm getting is that you did everything just the way that you needed to do it, and it's okay. He's saying it's okay, he's fine, and he isn't upset. This is mainly just about your feelings about the topic. You wanted to see him beforehand, and he wants you to know that you can still have contact with him. Like right now you're having contact with him again. You got through the phone line. I feel like that was a blessing that you really had, that pathway carved out for you. And he's showing me walks in the trees or in nature. Does that make sense to you? Do you walk outside or do you go on walks?
Yeah, we lived near the hills, and we were always all going up to the hills. A bit old now, but it was like a second home when we were children growing up.
Oh, that's so sweet. So he's saying he'll talk to you when you go back out to the hills and you do your walks, you walk around. He will give you signs and messages in nature. So you can look for birds, particularly gray and blue birds, that will be following you or really singing to you and looking at you and kind of following you around. And they're very happy and they're reminding you that you'll get through this and that you will come out on the other side and be happy again. And the loneliness that you're feeling throughout this process is going to be temporary. And the other thing that he wants you to look for are yellow flowers and to see how that is. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
How so?
Oh, he loved growing flowers.
Okay. Because I feel like that you'll see them at just the right time. And that is just him letting you know that you're not alone. He's still with you. He's still around you. And he's going to do this in a way that is very fun and playful so that you can feel joy again. And he's going to help you get through that, which is really wonderful. But I think it may take a little time for you to notice these signs, which is normal. But after a while, when you start healing and getting a little more of aware of your surroundings with the spiritual signs, you'll begin seeing the birds, the yellow flowers. There's something about the trees, and I'm feeling like there's an angel in the trees. Like he's showing me like there's a little girl even that's kind of an angel in the trees when you're out walking.
Right. Is he with my mum and dad now?
Your mom and dad? Yes, absolutely. They're all together and they're all kind of in on this together. So you'll get signs from all of them periodically. And each one will come in at just the right time. I feel like your mother wants to make more contact because I feel like she wants to work on being closer to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does in a way.
So she is showing me that when she's looking at her life path, when she passed, she was shown everything that happened in her life. And when she saw her relationship with you, she had some issues with how she conducted herself as a parent, and she wished she could have done it better. But what she's telling me is that she did not have the wherewithal or the awareness to be more involved or be closer or more attached or whatnot. She's saying that her growth was stunted from trauma or from um, some difficult things in childhood, which isn't uncommon.
Yeah, I know she had a strict upbringing.
Yeah, and there was specifically somebody at a school, a male at a school, that was very harmful to her. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No, I'm not aware of that. No.
Did she go to private school or be around maybe?
No, she didn't go to a private school. No, we've been workers all our lives.
Yeah, oh, that's okay. No, I'm trying to figure out who this man is that I'm seeing. It looks like a school environment or a church environment. Did she go to church?
Yeah, we were going to church. We're Methodists, and Mum and I went on the Sunday, and my husband.
Okay, because I feel like she's really showing me even the Catholic signs and all of that too. I think there's something in her upbringing where she's just explaining to you that she would have liked to have been closer and she would have liked to be more aware, engaged, involved mother to you. So she's going to do what she can now, but she's also saying, we're over here in the spirit world. You're where you are, and you living to the end of your lifespan as long as you can will still be just a drop in the sea compared to eternity. So she's saying we have eternity to work on this, and it won't be long before you're with them again. And they're very excited to have you there. Of course, live out your entire lifespan, but it's just, she's saying that this is all going to come to light. And the amount of joy that you're going to feel when you guys are all reunited is going to be well worth what you're experiencing now.
All right. Well, you can talk to the spirit, and you give my mum, dad, and my brother a lot of love.
Absolutely, I will. And let me know if you'd like to speak to me again. You can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, and it's on this post too, and on this video. Okay, so thank you so much for calling in, Diane.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was just like a quick example. I loved connecting with her family. And sometimes when we started reading, and we have a little bit of a communication barrier there, but I know that when I first started the reading, there was definitely the feeling of like somebody in the military. And then I see militant from experiences in life, difficult experiences. So sometimes spirit is just so symbolic. You'll see somebody in the military, and that doesn't actually mean they were in the army or something. That just means that they had to become a soldier of a war within their own battle. And that's very common with warrior spirits or with people who have had significant disadvantages or just struggles. Slice of heaven touching my heart, is amazing. I am always feeling so positive, no matter, what, whenever I feel the energy from these families and the love between parents and children, and it's just timeless, it's eternal. And if the parents aren't good, they can try to make up for it in many ways. And they can also just pick other people to be, you can pick other people to be around in the spirit world. If your parents were awful, or your family was awful, or you were adopted, or whatever, there are many choices in the afterlife. There are many, many options with our spirit guides and angels. So I want to clarify that. I also want to talk about, speaking of family, I had this long break from my show and from work, for the holidays, my holiday break and my vacation. And my husband took me out to this wonderful staycation, and I'm actually wearing a shirt that he got me for Christmas. And then I got this from my son. This is my beautiful heart angel necklace. On the other side, beautiful blue. And you can kind of look into it, gaze into it, and there's a lot of like designs and sparkles in here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then I'm actually, it's so funny because I do a radio show and I can do this. I'm wearing my mama bear slippers from my other son. And I'm feeling pretty spoiled and surrounded by the love of my family. And that's what I'm kind of like putting out there through my show today, is that I've got a little piece of everybody I love here in my space to kind of launch me into the new year, to like help me to know, like, I just feel like I'm surrounded by so much love and the people who are near and dear to my heart. And it doesn't even matter if your communication's off from Mercury in retrograde that we're going through right now. It doesn't matter if you're in grief. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with all the issues people are dealing with. You can still be connected to spirit. And that's actually the time to be connected to spirit the most, because that's the time when we need help. We need somebody to hold us up. We need a crutch. We need angels to hold us up and to help us like keep up with everything we have to do despite the stress or the process. And then when you come out of the other side of this process, it's just bigger, brighter, beautiful, and the sun is shining again, right? It's like getting through that rain cloud in the airplane or through the path on the ground, getting through the rain. So always contact me if you need me. I would love to do a reading for you. AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. On Facebook, I'm Anna Olson Intuitive. And then on Instagram, it's at Tiny Medium Queendom. And then you can also get this podcast on Spotify under A1R Radio, under Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. It's also on YouTube, Facebook. Get a hold of me. I'd love to talk to you. I hope that you have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for being a witness to my work today. I hope to speak with you soon and see you next time.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Radio Network, the largest psychic radio network on Earth. And we're Moonstruck TV too. So I'm John Capello, and this is the Psychic Side, and we are talking about psychic ability and how to develop them. So I hope that you have gotten something out of the first few shows that we've done here on the network, and that you'll continue to get some new information maybe about psychic ability. Just learning a little bit about my philosophy, because I want to teach you a little bit, if I can, teach you a little bit about how this works, or at least the way I think it works. And hopefully we'll have some discussions here later on as the program grows, and as we get to know you, our audience, and you get to know me. So last week, we talked about a lot of things. I'm just going to check here. We talked a little bit about where I was and why you want to be a psychic, about how you want to be a better person. But this week, we want to talk a little bit about how the psychic senses work. Now, before I get into that, I just want to say that this weekend I'll be at the Intellichia Psychic Fair in Plano, and I'll be doing my first spirit gallery in a couple of years, since in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, because of the pandemic, I just haven't done much of that type of work. But I'm going to start it up again in my home turf, and hopefully we'll grow that turnout again. But right now we want to talk a little bit about how psychic senses work. And the way I start out with that is I talk a little bit about the different types of senses we have. And for me, we have three types of senses. We have our physical senses, we have our psychic senses, and then we have our remote psychic senses. Now, we all know about our physical senses, the seeing, touching, feeling, smelling, so on and so forth. Those empirical things, we call them empirical. We call those things things that we know to be real. But the psychic senses are identical to our physical senses. It's just they are extensions. The extensions of our psychic senses involve the area that is immediately around us. And so we're able to sense information around people and sense entities, presence, mediumship type items or areas around other people. We're able to do that. And then comes our remote psychic senses. Our remote psychic senses, you may be familiar with remote viewing. Remote viewing is the most popular of all of the remote psychic senses. But we have remote psychic senses, and with our feelings, with our knowledge, with taste and smell. And these are things that a lot of people may not talk about, but they exist because it happens all the time. People can pick up information about those that are in other parts of the country. If you have an uncle that had a heart attack, or you had an experience with someone that fell ill, or just some other type of knowledge, a lot of times people will say, "Oh, I felt something when there was that earthquake." So those are examples of remote psychic senses. And I believe they all are valid. I believe they are all needed as part of the human experience, and that they all can be developed over time. And that's what I hope to do with you. So when you are using your psychic senses, you do have to raise your awareness. You know, I spoke a little bit about that last week about raising your awareness when you are working with your psychic senses, because what you're doing is you're not just observing with your physical senses. You're not just receiving physical sensations. You're receiving psychic sensations, sensations which are beyond the limits of your physical senses, because that's what psychic ability is. Psychic ability is the soul's ability to capture information from beyond the limits of our physical senses. And that works for both just as the psychic senses and for the remote psychic senses. So it's something to remember and something to practice when you are developing your own skills. So I hope that that makes sense to you. And you know, I'm always interested in receiving emails. I'm always interested in getting people to let me know their opinion. I'm just not ready to do that on the program just yet, because I want to get some material out there so that you can argue with me if you want to. But it doesn't make sense to just in such a short period of time not have the meat on the bone first. So that's what I want. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give you some information that you can think about and work with. And if you want to buy my soul exercises for the open mind, that's my workbook. That's the workbook that I use, where I put all of these definitions and these ideas down on paper. Now, another thing is that you want to know why we have our psychic abilities, and there are 5 reasons basically. The first one is fight or flight. You know, that's a psychic response. Because you've raised your awareness, you are very, very sensitive to your surroundings, and that's what it takes to be psychic, to be very aware and very observant of anything that's out of the ordinary. You know. Secondly, to gain perception, because what happens when you are working with your psychic abilities, ideas and revelation, aha moments come from nowhere, and they broaden your perspective. So that's an important thing to recognize as being part of psychic ability. Thirdly, it helps you solve problems, because so many times we dwell on issues and then suddenly out of nowhere comes the answer. And it doesn't mean you haven't worked hard. It doesn't mean that you haven't methodically followed a pattern. But that one instance that you get the answer right is when then you can identify the psychic impression. And because why didn't it come before? It was incubating there, and it just showed up when it was at the right time. So another reason why we have psychic ability is that it validates our physical senses. Okay, what does that mean? It means that when you have a situation where you see something like reading a book, don't judge a book by its cover. The psychic senses validate whether or not that you're in a safe zone or you're not in a safe zone, or this is real or this is not real. So when you go see a magician, it's their job to fool the physical senses, and so your psychic senses make you skeptical. It makes you a little bit weary, or a little bit more of a person that's going to be cautious, because if your psychic senses are not in line with your physical senses, then you may pause, and that's a good thing, because oftentimes we don't pause when we should. And a good example is first impression. because a lot of times we do not act upon, and when we don't act upon a first impression, we can find ourselves making an error. So you want your psychic senses to validate your physical senses, and then finally, we have psychic ability, so we can create uniquely. This unique ability to create, this unique ability to capture ideas, capture concepts, is something that no other species on Earth has. And up to now, we don't have the interaction with extraterrestrials to let us know what's going on there. A lot of times people have said that it's the extraterrestrials that inspire us, that give us that information. So we don't know yet. We just need to trust that, and trust that information will come. So it's very interesting. It's very fascinating to ponder these things, and to think about how psychic ability works and why we have it. And for me, it's important that you have an answer for those that might be skeptical, those that might say to you, "Oh, psychic ability doesn't exist." Well, it does exist. And this is something that I just saw a bunch of smiley faces that came up. I don't know what this is. So maybe we have some listeners. I don't know. But so welcome. That just came out of nowhere. So maybe that was a psychic impression. LOL. Very good. Very good. So we have a couple of minutes left. And so what I want to do is I want to give you an idea of how psychic abilities work. And so here, I want to see if you can see this. Can you see this? Can you see this rubber band ball? Okay. Just imagine us, and imagine people as having energy surrounding you like a rubber band ball. Okay. Well, what happens is when something is out of whack like that, then that's my rubber band ball, or my psychic awareness, or my ability to capture information usually can pick up something like that. So it either picks it up on a fragment or a line. Okay. And so I want you to understand that, and I want you to be aware of these ideas, because we're going to be working with them as we go. And I hope that you'll stick with us so you can find out a little bit more about how these ideas work, because here on the psychic side, we believe that this is an important part of learning a little bit about yourself. And so next week, I am going to talk a little bit about the psychic test, which I hope that you will tune in and learn about. So for right now, that's about it here for the psychic side. I'm John Capello here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. I really enjoy talking to you, and I hope that you'll be here next week, same time and same place. See you soon. Bye-bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Close-Moore Live with Jacqueline Close-Moore. Jacqueline Close-Moore. Live from jacqueline.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Jacqueline Close-Moore Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the show. You're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and I am Jacqueline Close-Moore coming to you live from Melbourne. Woo, exciting. Probably going to start the show with a bit of a trigger warning for survivors of abuse and all of that. Where do I start? So I might start by just how to invoke peace into a space, all right? So when my grandfather passed, he was actually that night terrified of passing because when I was 7, I predicted how he would pass and what the room would look like and how he would feel if he kept being such an obnoxious person towards my grandmother. And he thought I'd cursed him, which really I'd seen a vision. I was just saying the vision, which sort of really shocked him. It needed an ambulance. I mean, sorry, Grandpa, kind of deserved it. Out of the mouths of babes. Anyway, so here he was, and I was, I think, 24 at the time, and he was in the hospital. And exactly the shape of the window, the bars across the window, the height of the window up on the wall, the colour of the walls, the fact that he was in a hospital alone and scared was all what I'd said at 7. Poor guy. I mean, it's a really interesting way to love someone who's kind of obnoxious, isn't it? Sort of love-hate thing. Loved him dearly. You buck up, right? Anyhow, so he said to the doctor, "Oh, my God, the curse is coming true. Oh, I'm going to die tonight. I really don't." I'm not. Understandable. I mean, terrified. I mean, what do you do? We're a family of psychics. I mean, don't muck with that kid. Anyhow, so the doctor said, "Now, hang on a minute. How long ago did your granddaughter curse you?" And he goes, "Oh, it's got to be almost 20 years now." And the doctor said, "Well, you know, it mustn't have been much of a curse if it's taken 20 years to happen." Anyway, I didn't know my grandpa was in hospital at the time. I was busy studying. Of course, I had an exam the next day in the morning. And here he was in the middle of the night freaking the hell out. And understandably, because here was his granddaughter's vision, who was most like him, equally obnoxious and stubborn. I mean, you know, what do you do? Better own this, right? So I had this dream, and I ended up in my grandparents' old home, and my grandpa was standing to the right of me, and he was looking at me. I said, "What's going on, Grandpa?" And because he looked about 20 years younger, and he looked like, you know, he just was glowing. He looked beautiful. I said, "Granddad, you look fantastic. What's happening?" And he goes, "Well, I don't know how to tell you this." And then I'm looking over here in the kitchen, and I said, "What are we doing in this house? You haven't been here for years." And then my grandmother was at the sink washing dishes, which is really weird because dinner was also being served, but my mother was standing at the end of the table holding a chair, looking really shocked, and there was empty plates on the table. We never, ever had the empty plates on the table. You would put the dinner on the plates, put it on the table. My stepdad was walking down the hallway towards the kitchen going, "Oh, what's going on here?" And I'm trying to talk to him. I said, "Mum, what's going on?" She, like this. She was just sort of shaking and looking really kind of distressed. And I looked at Grandpa and I went, no, not tonight. I have exams in the morning. I haven't seen you yet, and I want to see you first. He goes, "Look, we don't have time for this." He said, "I need your help." And I went, "What with?" Having completely forgotten what I'd done as a 7-year-old. Whoops. And and he said, "I need you to teach me how to fly." And I went, "Oh, no, anything but that. Don't make me do that. I don't want to show you how to fly." He says, "I've forgotten how to fly and I need you to show me." I went, "Grandpa, anything but that, just not that. I don't want you to go." And he sort of kept talking to me. And I said, all right, take my hand. He took my hand and we lifted up through the roof. And we went flying amongst this beautiful light blue sky with the clouds, and it was just so peaceful. And I was like, oh. And I was loving it. I was loving being with my grandpa up in those clouds and in the sky and the beautiful, beautiful light blue and the peaceful feeling. Anyway, I'm prolonging this as long as I can. I don't even want to go. I know what's going to happen. He says, Jacqueline. I said, yes. He goes, Jacqueline. I said, yeah. He goes, we have to go back now. I went, nope. No, we're not going back. He said, I need you to take me back because it's time. I said, no, I haven't had a chance to say goodbye to you. I haven't had a chance to see you. He said, I don't want you to see me how I am right now. See me as I am in this space. And I said, okay. All right. So we lifted down through the ceiling, down into the kitchen, and here's my mum and my stepdad looking confused. Then again, he never believed in all this stuff, right? That's another story. I did do telepathy with him once. Gotcha, Dad. And my grandma's still standing washing dishes because she's just got to keep herself busy rather than deal with what's going on, right? Understandable. This is her husband. And so here we are standing there. I still got his hand. He says, you have to let go now. I said, nope, I am not letting go. That is not happening. He says, chin up, kid. It's going to get better. And I said, And he goes, look over there. I said, no, I'm not falling for that. Look over there. And he looked really intently. So I looked, and I looked back, and all I could see was his damn Cheshire grin, that bloody teeth, like this smiling. Oof, go on. I woke up crying because I was crying out for my grandpa. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. Bugger. I love you, but and I was crying, and I looked at the clock, and it was 3:30 in the morning, and that was the exact moment of his death in the hospital. So why am I telling you this? If you've got someone who's hanging on to life because they're afraid of dying, light blue, that sky, that peaceful, serene light blue. If you study aurosoma, colour therapy, you'll learn all about what's called sapphire blue, which is that light blue. And it invokes peace into a space. And it helps bring that ability to let go of fear, that ability to be in peace. And if someone is holding on and not letting go and it's their time to pass, they'll pass very soon after that. Or if they're not meant to pass, they're going to calm the heck down quite a bit, usually. They might cry a lot too as they're releasing things, yeah? Light blue is also the colour of truth and of communication. And we think of the throat chakra, that's blue, usually deeper blue. But blue is ordinarily peace. You can get the blues from too much blue, so don't go painting all your walls that cobalt royal blue and wonder why you're suddenly depressed. Might have some connection to it, just slightly. Also in blue can be authority or the distrust of authority. But blue helps bring peace where there is not. And blue is the opposite colour to orange, which can be wisdom, can be healing a family timeline, but also can be codependency, abuse, shock and trauma. So if someone's experiencing trauma and shock, like a car accident or something's physically happened to them, or even something like sexual assault, orange, and then on the opposite plane, blue, can bring about that grounding, bringing them back into their body, and with the orange, and we think of that sacral chakra in the reproductive area, and bringing that groundedness, get back into your body, which is difficult for someone going through abuse to do because the first thing they want to do is dissociate. So if you can ground them first, then bring in the peace. Don't just go, oh, let's just bring in love and light. That'll make them better. Not necessarily. So This week actually, someone was telling me of a loved one that was just holding on, but dearly was praying for her mother to come and take her away. And this woman was 94. And I actually said to the person I was talking to about their mother, please just try invoking light blue into the space. And if she's meant to just calm down and live on, well, she will. If she's meant to go, then there she goes. And sure enough, within hours of this person invoking that sapphire blue into the space, off she went peacefully. And it's been the ability for her to just find that calm. So particularly dealing with sometimes survivors and victims of assault and abuse, just being mindful not to just say love and light, thought and prayers, things will get better, but sometimes you have to sit in that space with them until help can arrive. And sometimes that means being very, really practical and referring on to other people who can help. And other times it means, yes, we can invoke the space of peace, and that can help. But it's really when you're working in the psychic field, it's about nuance. So you don't just apply the same, action, colour, energy to every circumstance of that nature. You have to really listen to moment by moment, case by case, and this person in each moment. And that is how you get the sensitivity to be able to deal with these sorts of things. I haven't said all I wanted to say today on this kind of topic, but I think this has been a good beginning point, and I hope that's been of assistance to you. My next public event I'm going to be at is Cranbourne Psychic and Wellbeing Expo on the 29th of Jan, and then Croydon on the 5th of February. If you're in Melbourne, Australia, I'll be doing live platform readings, picking people out of the audience to read for. You can also take a paid session with me through my website, jacqueline.com.au. In the meantime, I hope you have a fabulous week and a fabulous rest of this broadcast with other shows and presenters through the afternoon, morning or evening, no matter where you are in the world. Hope you're having a great day. Catch you next time. Lots of love, Jacqueline.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Let's just reaffirm Happy New Year to everybody around the world. It's an amazing time of the year, I think, when we all sort of head into the new year with such positivity and such excitement and all these great intentions. You know, whether you set New Year's resolutions or whether you just set intentions or you sort of write yourself a little list of the things that you're going to achieve this year, it's amazing how quickly we forget those, or we'll do them next week, or we'll put them off till next month or whatever. My New Year's intentions this year was to have a little bit more work-life balance. As I've mentioned before on previous shows, I'm a little bit of a workaholic. Last year I set the intentions of not working weekends and my children nearly fell over. First time ever they've known their mother to schedule off family time on a weekend. So I'm really living up to it. I actually took the day off yesterday and spent some time with some family that I haven't seen in a very, very long time. And it was really refreshing to come home and know that I'd played hooky for the day, and it really felt good. So maybe, we could all do a little bit more of that and bring some balance back into our lives. And I think, when we look back over the last 3 years, and we're heading up for nearly the third year anniversary of when the pandemic started, our lives got tipped upside down. We all needed to reorganise ourselves, look at our world through a different lens, look at the simple day-to-day tasks that we did in a different way, whether it was going to the shops to, purchase food to feed the family, or going to work, or just our leisure time and things like that. Everything went sort of upside down and sideways, and we all had to find a new normal. And now we're slowly starting to get back to what was previous pandemic times, and people are travelling more and spending more time with family and loved ones, and, borders are open and things like that. It's really exciting to sort of see that, when you're out and about, that people are really starting to reconnect with their roots, starting to catch up with people that they haven't seen in a very long time, or making that extra special effort to attend a family event that once upon a time they would have made an excuse at why they couldn't go. So I think that, we have learnt some very valuable lessons in the last 3 years. So let's continue on with them. Let's continue to move them forward. So I'm really excited to share this week's Sympathy Tarot card with you this week, because it is the card of the Chariot. Now, the Chariot card is an ambiguous card because it has a few different meanings, but it's the card of movement of residence. So if you're not planning on moving residence, then delete that part of the message. It can be a journey that we need to take. It can be victory over a situation or a problem. Now, I find in readings, more times than not, it becomes that sort of meaning, that finally saying you've got the victory over a situation or a problem that's been haunting you or been in your life for some time, that you've really had to work hard to sort of bring a conclusion to, and a conclusion that you're comfortable with and can live with. Sometimes this means that we've got to balance the opposite polarities. Now, by that, I mean we've got to look at both sides of the argument, and somewhere in the middle we find balance. Somewhere in the middle of that we find the answer, something that we're comfortable with, something that we can live with. May not have been the perfect solution, but it's certainly a solution that we can live with moving forward. So when you see this card come out in a reading, look at it and say to yourself, okay, I can do the victory dance. I can do the happy dance. That there's something that really is coming to a conclusion, and something that I'm going to have immense victory over, something that's going to really bring a smile to my face because I have achieved something that's quite monumental. So don't sort of dismiss this card as something that's not to be taken seriously, because it is to be taken seriously. Now let's move on to the astrology section of the show. And I get lots of inbox messages and emails and things like that from people that say that they really do tune into this and really look forward to sort of seeing what I've got to say, and that they've learnt so much. And probably one of the most common things that people share with me is that I make it simple. that it's easy for them to understand it, to digest it, that I'm not talking in technical terms that go straight over their head, and that they feel that they're getting an education in astrology as well as finding out what's happening around the universe, that they're starting to understand that astrology is a science and it's not guesswork. It's not something I sit in the chair and dream up. It is an actual research science, and I do, consult my charts and things like that prior to the show and look at where the planets are sitting at the moment. If we were to take a Polaroid photo, which is, I know I'm showing my age now, but a Polaroid photo used to be instantaneously, it spat out at the bottom of the camera and you got an instant picture instead of having to wait weeks for it to be developed and you pick it up. So it's like what we'd call a screenshot today. But if I was able to do that, that's what I do. That's where I look at where the planets are, what aspects that they're making, the things that are jumping out at me, the things that are important. It's that snapshot of today. That's where I glean my astrological information from. I know, what the symbols mean and which houses and what angles and aspects and things like that they're making and how that's going to affect us. So there's just a little general idea of how I do the astrology situation every week. And I do that just prior to the show so that it's on my board that I can read, and then I sort of just share with you my knowledge off my head of what I understand astrology to be. It's not prescripted. It's not something that I read off a teleprompter or anything like that. That is my actual knowledge coming verbatim out of my mouth as I sort of glance at the whiteboard for just what the symbolism is, and then I move from there. So to start the astrology section off, we still have the sun in Capricorn. We're down to sort of the wire with that. We've only got another couple of weeks and then the sun will move into Aquarius. So happy birthday to all the Capricorns out there. And I know it's a very busy time of the year for a lot of people. Lots of people are sort of starting to look at their finances, starting to organise themselves for the new year, the year that lay ahead. Regardless of your star sign, it is a time when we should all start to really look at the official situations or things in our lives that need attention, whether that's getting our finances in order, looking to make sure we've got the best deals on our utility and cell phones and things like that, whether it's the time to look at what doctors and dentist appointments may need to be made for the coming months, organising your wardrobe, anything that's got an official sort of nature to it. It's the time now that it's asking us to address it for each and every one of us. For Capricorns in particular, they are going through a major transformation, have been since 2008, but Pluto, the planet of transformation, has only got about another 18 months to go here in Capricorn. So we're going to start to see Pluto really rev up his magic now, if you want to put it that way. And he will straighten out anything that any Capricorn has not addressed at this point. There may be some changes there. They may be asked to sort of look at their lifestyle or look at things in a different way or come to terms with that there may need to be some altered changes in their living arrangements, or their health may need more attention than what it's done. Or it may just be, looking to get a new job, or sort of, really trying to find some sort of security in your life that has been a little bit lacking recently. So if you are a Capricorn, please heed my warning that you don't have that long now to listen to what Pluto's saying, because Pluto's the planet of transformation. If you don't do things or make the changes willingly, let me assure you, Pluto will come along, and it's like he hit you over the head with the baseball bat, and he will say you will listen and you will change. So my suggested course of action is, please, if there's anything that needs addressing in your life, do it willingly. Don't wait for Pluto to come along with the baseball bat and hit you over the head and say, well, I gave you plenty of warning and you didn't take any notice, so it's now my turn. So Pluto is also conjunct the planet Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication, and this is the planet that goes retrograde or seemingly goes backwards 3 times a year. Now, we are currently in a Mercury retrograde. I chose not to really bring that up over the festive season because I thought, let's just get into the new year and have a little bit of reprieve from Mercury retrograde. There was going to be conversations that people would have over the festive season, the holiday season anyway, with family and loved ones. And if that meant that there was going to be a disagreement or people didn't have their listening ears on, well, maybe that's just the way it was meant to be. But for a lot of people, from what I've been seeing and hearing, is that even though Mercury's retrograde, and there's been some tricky conversations that families and loved ones have had to have, or you've had to have with your boss, it seems to be really interesting start to this year that people actually have got their listening ears on, which is a rarity during a Mercury retrograde. It's usually the time when people are so preoccupied with their own stuff that they don't really listen. They only half listen to what's going on. But, you know, at the moment, it seems to be the exact opposite, which is wonderful, because it means while Mercury's in Capricorn, people are really taking notice of the conversations that are happening around them, listening very intently, maybe not necessarily coming up with the answers that everybody wants to hear, but they are certainly listening and being constructive instead of being destructive, which is quite often what happens in a Mercury retrograde. And a Mercury retrograde sometimes is the time that you don't sign a contract because there might be a spelling mistake or a mistake in a numerical error there that, you know, could end up costing you a lot more money. I always suggest if you've got to sign a contract or something really important under a Mercury retrograde, print it out and read it out aloud. That way you tend to pick up a mistake better than you do if you just scan over it and read it on your screen. You tend to miss it. So Mercury retrograde till the 18th of this month. So I know we've still got about a week to go. I always allow a couple of days after that while Mercury turns around and starts going direct to sort of really get the full thrust of Mercury moving forward. But this one seems to be quite mild. So if you've been fortunate enough to have to go into discussions and they've gone well, then maybe you want to thank Mercury this time that, you know, he worked in your favour as he was retrograde. So we also have the North Node. Now, the North Node is not actually a planet. It's one of the specialty parts of astrology that shows us, I suppose, in a sense, our karmic lessons or the things that we're aspiring to achieve in this lifetime. Now, at the moment, the North Node is conjunct or holding hands Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, sitting in Taurus. So, yes, it's going to affect Taurians first and foremost, but it affects each and every one of us to a varying sort of degree. So what the North Node is asking us to do is to find our highest good, is asking us to try and achieve as much as we can things that are for our highest good, that are going to put us in a better place in the world, and it's asking us to be considerate of others while we do that. So for some people, there may be situations that are going to come very suddenly, that could come out of nowhere, and that could be something very positive, like, you know, a job offer that you weren't expecting, and all of a sudden that's the answer to your prayers, that, wow, I've got this opportunity to jump ship, it's better hours, better money, it gives me better work-life balance, I'd be a fool not to take it. So, okay, but make sure that it is everything that you want before you make that change. There may be other opportunities there. It may be a time that families can mend some of those fences that have been knocked down by bulldozers over the years with people and their egos. It can just be that it's a time where we really sort of sort out the things that are really important to us. So it doesn't really matter what your star sign is, but the emphasis at the moment for the people that have got the most work to do, I suppose, in a sense, if you want to put it that way, are the earth signs, which is Capricorn, Virgo, and Taurus. So if you're any one of those signs, it's really important that you take notice of, you know, this is your time to get your life straightened out and get it moving in a way that you're going to be happy with. So finally, we're going to talk about Jupiter, the planet of opportunity and expansion, is conjunct or holding hands. Again, another specialty part of astrology called Chiron. And Chiron's where we look for what we've come in to heal in this lifetime. Now, both of those are holding hands and currently sitting in Aries. Now, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's a fire sign. So for many, many Aries people, I know that they're looking to sort of, you know, jump on board and get some new ideas and some new opportunities happening, and they've got some grandiose ideas. And look, nothing wrong with grandiose ideas. It's a matter of how you're going to fund it or organise it to make it happen. So be aware, even though you may start out on one tangent, it may just be the key that unlocks the door to a much bigger opportunity, or into taking it into a different way to what you imagine. So don't dismiss it and say, well, why did I waste my time doing that to end up being over here? If you hadn't done that first bit, you wouldn't have gone to the second or the third or the fourth bit. So you've got to understand that Chiron sometimes might seem like it's leading you up the garden path in a merry dance, but what he's actually doing is showing you that there's more than one way or more than one opportunity. So that, you know, it's a matter of choice and a matter of free will when you get there. Is this what you really wanted? Is it exactly as you imagined it would be? Or is it time to rewrite what you're hoping to bring in, or the opportunities or the expansion that you're hoping to develop in the next 12 months. So it may have many, many layers to the situation that you're trying to fix. So that also sort of pushes across to the fire signs of Leo and Sagittarius as well. No, maybe not quite as intense, but it is a time when they can open up a new book and start to write their own journey in the way that maybe that they may not have seen before. So for the rest of the signs, the air signs and the water signs, I'm not saying that you're being left out. What I'm saying, this is where the most intensity is going to be. We've still got lots of other things happening. You know, we've still got Saturn sitting in Aquarius, which is stirring up all the air signs, sort of saying it's now time to sort of really cement together what you really want to achieve in this next 12 months. I'll give you the discipline, the stickability to be able to achieve it. With the water signs, we've still got Neptune sitting in Pisces, so it's creating this beautiful, creative, watery sort of energy there that, you know, that they can sort of mold themselves into whatever that they want to achieve. And for a lot of water sign people, they're finding that they're feeling a little bit less emotional, a little bit more practical, but also very flexible. And that sort of feels comfortable to them because they like to feel that they're flexible, that they can be tipped into any vessel and take the shape of that. And they're feeling quite comfortable with that. They normally don't like being told that they've got to find answers to things, but at the moment they're sort of really relying on their own intuition, their own psychic ability, and enjoying the process. So to just quickly wrap up the astrology, we've got the moon in Virgo at the moment, so just be a little bit careful. If you're being a little bit nitpicky of those people around you, maybe bite your tongue, go and make a cup of coffee or do something else and then come back and have the conversation. Don't necessarily tell everybody what's wrong with them today. It's, you know, a day to be kind to people. We're going to talk to Dana in Manchester in New Jersey in the USA. Are you there, Dana? Dana?
Yes, I am.
Are you there, Dana? Do you have a question I can answer for you, Dana?
I guess I'm just looking to know if I'm making the right decision with the relationship with my brother.
Right. The first thing that they're showing me is the symbol of ending. So I'm going to take that the answer that you're seeking to the situation with your brother is that you've handled it correctly. They wouldn't be showing me a definite ending, change or transformation if you hadn't handled it in a way that's going to bring what's considered the right outcome. I mean, who knows what's the right outcome or what's the perfect outcome, but the right outcome for the situation. You know, you've dealt with this, I'm going to say, very squarely. You haven't just pushed it all to your side or all to your brother's side. You've tried to keep it in the middle somewhere, that it was being fair to both of you, but at the same time still taking the lead, Dana, which is what you needed to do, because I don't know that he was strong enough to orchestrate the decisions that needed to be made. He needed you to take the lead and him just sort of get on board with that. Did it cause some emotional rift there between the two of you as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, darling, that's going to take a little...
Not feeling good.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time, I think, for that part of, you know, the journey to sort of mend itself. But I want you to understand you haven't done anything wrong. So even if, you know, things are a little bit scratchy there between the two of you and you're not as close or as open as you once were because of the things that you've had to, you know, push to have resolved, know that you still had to do this, darling. It was the right thing to do. And in time, he will come to see that. You know, I don't like to say one's stronger than the other, but in this instance, you had to be the stronger one. You had to be the one to take the lead. You had to be the one to say, we can't ignore this any longer. It has to be resolved. And, you know, and that sometimes is a tough thing to do, is it not? So moving past that, Dana, what they're showing me from about April this year, it's like you can go into the wishing well. Things are going to come towards you in a way that I want you to be very careful what you wish for, because you might just get it. So make sure that, you know, you're not verbalizing things in a negative way come, March, April, May. Make sure that you keep anything that comes out of your mouth being very positive. It's a time when you can sort of start to attract things towards you that are good and positive and for you. So it's going to be a big year, Dana, but I know that you've made the right decision, sweetie, with the situation you had to handle with your brother. Just keep reminding yourself of that. There was no other way you could have gone. You've handled it the best way, the right way. So I hope that's helped you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're very, very welcome, Dana. We're going to talk with Michelle now in Westminster in California. Are you there, Michelle?
I am. Hello, how are you?
Very well, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, darling?
I just would like to know about my financial situation for this year.
Okay, well, that's always a good question, Michelle, particularly at the beginning of the year. So interesting, they're showing me that I think there's still a little bit of work to be done before we can get to where you want to be. So is there still some debts or bills or credit cards or something that you're slowly sort of chipping away at, trying to get them down so that you can sort of put yourself in a better position?
Yes.
Yeah. They're showing me keep on that road. You are making success there. You are making inroads. I feel by the middle of this year, you'll be in a much better financial position than what you are in January. And you're going to look at that and say, wow, I didn't realise I'd come so far so quickly. So just keep chipping away at it, because I do think this year is the year where we can really get you back in the driver's seat of your own finances and start to get some, dollars in the bank and a little bit of savings, and put you in a position of power again where, you can start to make some informed choices about your future, because you've tidied up all the little bits and pieces everywhere. It's not that there was, you let things get out of control. I want to be very clear on that. It was just circumstances presented themselves and you had to fix the problem, so you did so, but it's left you stretched. It wasn't something that, you could have foreseen of what was going to happen. So it's not bad money management, sweetheart. It's just been life got in the road and you had to deal with what presented itself quickly. So now we're sort of trying to play catch up, but I know you're going to catch up. You're going to do really well. Is there something else that you've been looking at taking up that might have been a sort of a little bit of a hobby or something? Because I'm seeing something here, Michelle, besides your normal income, there's a little bit of extra income on the side, but it's something that you look at it and you say, I wouldn't call that work. I just love doing it. It's just a bonus. I make some money out of it.
That's interesting. I've been painting a lot.
Right.
Just doing
there's something
like pictures, painting. Sorry?
I said there's something there that you're going to make some money out of. Like years ago, women used to knit jumpers and, they did it because they enjoyed it and was pleasurable, and somebody would pay them to do it and they'd say, oh, that's not a job. I just do it because I like it. The money's a bonus. It's something that's got a creative feel to me that makes you happy inside. It's not like going to work.
Yeah, it's the painting. I paint every day. I've been self-teaching myself. I've been self-teaching how to do paintings and get better at it. And I've got tons of them that I've been doing.
Well, I just think this is going to be a really big year, Michelle, because, besides getting your finances under control, you are blossoming like a rose, like you're past the bud stage. You're just starting to open those petals. In another few months, you're going to be in full bloom, and how wonderful is that going to be to see you sort of really sort of reaping the rewards of everything that you've been working on. I mean, it's hard to work on yourself. It's hard to be objective, and, to do it and do it well is quite a feather in your cap. And, I'm sure a lot of your family and friends have noticed the change in you. Some of them are probably scratching their head and saying, I don't quite understand it, or don't quite know why she did that. But that's all right. They don't need to know everything. It's not their journey. It's yours. As long as you're happy with who you see in the mirror, that's all that matters. So, took me a long time to work that out, Michelle, that you don't have to please anybody else except yourself. If they like you, they like you. And if they don't, they don't. And, that's a big one, isn't it? Because we're not taught that as children.
Right. Yes. And the last 6 years has been really, really rough. So to have a year come out good would be awesome.
Oh, yeah, but see, you've worked hard for that. That's what I mean, Michelle. It wasn't something you got out of bed and did 2 weeks on. You know, you've done years. And I'd even go further back than that. I'd take it back to about the 10-year mark when it was just percolating underneath the surface of you thinking about what you could or would like to do, but didn't maybe have the courage to do it then. So it's, you know, it's not even just been 6 years. I'd take it back to 10 years. So well done, sweetie. You deserve a big bunch of flowers and a packet of gold stars. You've done really, really well. So keep up the good work, sweetie. No, but it's not an easy thing to do that. You know, working on yourself is a tough gig. And, you know, it takes dedication and you know, you look at things and you say to yourself, I don't like that about myself. How did anybody else put up with it? And then you sort of think, oh, maybe it wasn't that bad. But, you know, to be that honest with yourself and look at yourself for the good and the bad points is, you know, really life-changing. And that's when I think you find true inner peace, is when you come to terms with who you are, what you represent and what you believe in, and people don't have to like it. It's their choice if they don't want to, but this is who you are, and you're proud to stand on your piece of turf and say, I'm me. And that's a great achievement, Michelle. Well done. And I look forward to hearing from you again later in the year and your progress. So that's where we're going to leave, Michelle. So New Year's off to a great start. People are starting to sort of really take their own power back. And I think that's an amazing thing about 2023. I think it is going to be a year where more people like Michelle are going to stand up and be counted and say, this is what I need to do. And this is, you know, where my life's heading. And the same with Dana. You know, she had to take a stand on a family issue. And I mean, we've all been in those situations where we've had to take a stand on an issue that we didn't feel comfortable with, but it got to a point that it was overdue and needed to be dealt with. So it's interesting that how the year is starting off. I always look at the first 6 weeks of the year to see how the rest of the year will unfold. And this year seems to be off to a very positive galloping start, where people are really sort of taking the lessons that they've learned in the last few years forward with them and sort of saying, right, now's the time for me to make my mark. Now's the time for me to take that stand and really move forward and understand that I can just be me and I don't have to be somebody that somebody else wants me to be. I'm very comfortable in my own skin just being little old me. And, you know, if we were all the same, life would be very boring. And, you know, we all need to sort of own who we are. I'm not saying we have the right to hurt somebody or to do something deliberately to make somebody upset or angry with you, but at the same time, you don't have to be what someone else wants you to be. If they don't like you for who you are, well, that's their choice. They don't have to be around you. So, but, you know, for many of us, people are starting to see the positive changes, and people want to be, you know, they want to get on board and understand how you manage to do that, because they want to feel that same inner peace. So life is going to be very exciting this year. And as always, I'm going to leave you with a song of the week. And there's not too many people know that watch the show regularly that I'm a huge David Cassidy fan. He did write a beautiful song about the month of January, so I'll leave you with that song this week. But it's interesting because music is so healing for the soul. I think, you know, for any of us that love to, you know, put some music on the turntable, and I do put mine on the turntable, and I still have lots of vinyl records, and I see this week that the old cassette is going to make a comeback, that the younger generation will now have the joy that we had as teenagers when the tape recorder chews up your tape. You've got to get it out painstakingly and try and wind it up with a pencil and hope it plays again. So good luck to the new generation. Welcome to our world of cassettes and vinyl. Until next week, bye for now.